Blah. Um.
Hello.
I swear I'm here. I just need to, you know, get my fucking, like, all my shit set up, okay? I'm not a perfect streamer, I am sorry. There is nothing perfect about this stream whenever I do my thing. Do my motherfucking thing. But I swear to you, I am doing the biz. I am doing the important work. Ah! Alright. Hello! Hi, everyone. Alrighty. Still have not got everything set up, I am sorry to say, because I still need to log into the game and all this other nonsense, and I couldn't really do that while I was busy, like, trying to remind, like, all the different, like, you know, advertising venues I have of, hey, it's GrantZeebs! He's online! Yay! Because, like, yeah, for whatever reason, my Discord decided not to. Oh, now it did. Now it did. Now it decided to notify people. That's good. That's good. Eh. All right, I'm getting myself ready. Don't you worry. Blah. So, yay! We're back into this. We're back into doing the Final Fantasies, cuz we did not get Shadowbringers done the last time I was playing, where I played in the morning and what have you. So we're gonna try and do that this week. We're gonna try and get to the end of the main questline storyline for Shadowbringers. I reckon we can do that this time. Is there advertisement still running for everyone? Hang on a sec. Let me refresh my stream manager and see if there is. No, there isn't any advertisement going. Excellent. So yeah. So, and what's more is, let's see, what else has happened? Like, work has continued being stressful, which is annoying, which has, like, absolutely ruined my whole, you know, just, you know, trying not to be a fat fuck. I ordered in way more food this week than I did, like, last week I only did it, like, I think once on the weekend? No, oh no, I did it twice on the weekend. This week, I've done it, like... I've done it 2 times before the weekend. You're not a fat fuck. This is just me, okay? I'm not like... And besides, it's all perception. Some people might not think 130 kilograms is very big, but may I remind you... Hang on a second. Simpsons Homer's weight. Hang on a second. So... in the 10th episode... he was marked as, like, 240 pounds? Hang on a second. So, and at the time, that was seen... oh, no, 260 was seen as, like, comically overweight. So, hang on. 260 pounds to kilograms is... 117... So, back in the day, like, back when The Simpsons was first released, 117 kilos was seen as, like, you know... comically overweight. That's no longer comically overweight. I'm heavier than that. I'm heavier than Homer Simpson. Not too great. And it's not like, oh, you have a different physique to Homer Simpson. It's like, in real life, no, I do not have a different physique to Homer Simpson, unfortunately. So I kind of want to get out of that. Because here's the thing. I want to be lighter than I am right now. I want to be lighter than Donald Trump, because Donald Trump is like 110 kilos or something like that. And I want to be lighter than Homer Simpson. Like, there's already, like, a number of people, it's like, I don't want to be this. And my attempts in doing so are not so easily done when my response to, like, you know, just general stress and shit like that is to just feed myself food. It's not really conducive to a you know, to good habits. We don't bring up the D word. This is my stream, Furry Cures. I get to say the words I get to say. You have no sway. You have no moderator status. You have no blah 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 blah. You have no sway over the words that can and cannot be said. I'm sorry, but that's just how it is. I get to use the words I like to use. I remember Scribbly Noodle had this like I'm not too sure if it's like an explicit rule or if it's one that everyone just sorry, not an explicit rule, but like it used a term that I wasn't too certain if everyone did it, but it was basically like it was like micro modding or something like that, or no, it was pseudo I can't remember. It was like pseudo modding or something like that, where basically viewers who were not moderators trying to, like, you know, moderate the chat and such like that. Like, they didn't act like, and I wasn't meaning like, oh, they're asking for a moderator to step in on something like that. It was, the example that happened was someone was like, you know, decided to say something that wasn't in English, and, you know, Scribbly was like curious of what they said and such. He normally prefers people to speak in English, and then, and, you know, he sees what it is, and it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. But there was like someone in the chat that was like adding this person of, hey, can you speak English and such, and it happened like 3 or 4 times, and Scribbly was like, at first Scribbly was having his fun with like something completely unrelated to it, but then after like the 3rd time this message was sent, he was like, all right, I didn't want to have to do this. He turned into dad mode, like a serious dad mode of being like, right, you don't need, if you're not a moderator, you don't need to do this shit. You are limited to being like, it's not a responsibility on the average viewer. Like, he has, I'm not too sure how many moderators he has in total and how many of them are like, you know, passively observing his streams, but he likes to think, but he believes he does a tight ship, and I reckon he does a tight ship as well, considering like most of the times that there is a chat, it's not like, you know, it's not like quiet or when did that happen? It happened in the past. It's not important. The details of it is not important, but the overall impression was the fact that blah blah blah. The overall fact was that there was like someone in chat who was not a moderator trying to like, you know, gatekeep in a way, is what it essentially boils down to, because it was a case of they were thinking they were in the right by being like, hey, can you do this instead, like, almost, and it was like, whether or not it was meant to be in a demanding tone, friendly tone, whatever you, it was still seen as, hey, you're not a moderator, don't do the moderator's job, because you don't have, you've not been given the privilege and responsibility of the timeouts and the bans and what have you. Hi there, Xerix. Welcome to the stream. Good to have you. I'm glad there's more people slowly coming in. So yeah, and you know, I'm envious of like Scribbly's setup. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be envious, like sinfully envious. I mean more what's the word? Like the one where you're, where it's a case of like, oh, like, I look to them as an exemplar of where I want to go or places I want to, more jealous? No, not jealous. Envious and jealous are like very negative sort of connotations, I feel like, because envious is a very sinful fucking like term, because it's more of a case of, oh, with no care for the effort, and you're just sort of like, it's a very, you know, avarice sort of feeling where it's like, oh, I should, like, envy is more of a case of like, oh, this person has this, I should have this. Like, oh, a kid at my kindergarten has a fucking iPad, I should have an iPad. Like, that's envy and shit. Jealousy is the thing of like, oh, this person has so many friends, and, you know, you're not being self-reflective on, oh, like, why don't you have so many friends, or how might I get more friends and such like that. Hi there, Luna. So yeah, I think like what's the positive turn when it's like when you're like looking to a mentor, and they're an exemplar for you that you would strive for. I wish I knew some of these words, but I don't have a perfect idea for some of these words. I wish I had it, but I don't. Also, what's... Hang on. Advanced audio properties. Is the chill hop actually going into the proper channel? Yep, it's going into channel 2. Cool. So yeah. Hopefully you're doing alright, Luna. Alright. Let's get into the game. Let's get into the game. There we are. So yeah, so I've gone through my role quest line. So I've been going as a tank, so I finished all the tank nonsense. Nope, that's Endwalker. Alright, so that's Shadowbringers, Chronicles of a New Era, Primal, Crystal Tower. I've not yet done that one. Here it is. Role quest. So I've done the tank role quest, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I've done these 6. It's interesting that they want me to finish, like, the level 80 quest before we go into this one. My eyes! How dare you, little Incineroar, you little shit. But yeah, this quest line is, like, level 70-something. No. Hang on. It should... Yeah, this one's level 79. So this quest starts at level 79, but in order to finish it, you need to be at least level 80 to finish the role quest line, which I think is rather interesting. You're having your fun with, like, chaos and fire, aren't you, little Incineroar? But yeah. So, plus, it must... Actually, for a lot of you, it's Friday night, right? Like, it's all the weekend for you. Don't shake that dumpy. If you're subscribed to me, you can use my cake. Hang on a second. Cake. There you go. Look at that. Cake. I think I might need a new overlay because it doesn't really do a good job of like, oh, here's an emote message. I want to have it where if someone does only emotes, then it's like slightly larger. I should really ask Mutasaur what her chat overlay is, because I absolutely love it, and I think it does, like, if you do a highlight message, it actually highlights the message, so, which I think is, like, really good. And what's more, it's like, it does these, like, replies like those, is like, it just goes at GrantZeebs and then kissy thing. So, yeah. There's so many, like, improvements that I want to try and do. The only improvements I've made have so far been, like, in the background right now, so I've tried to, like, streamline the actual process of me, if I make any changes in Blender, to send it as an FBX, it goes into an FBX, the FBX gets picked up by Unity, it sees it as an update, so it keeps all the VRM stats on it, so then I can then export the VRM again, so it's an FBX with VRM types, it goes into a folder where my actual VRM is, which has Unity again scanning that and applying all the VSF nonsense to it. It's all confusing shit, don't get me wrong, but it's all important in the name of creating the model you see before you. But yeah. Oh, look, who's this? Damien Wraithchild. What is with your attire, Damien? Holy fucking shit. Look at him. He looks like... You remember Fable? You remember Jack of Blades from the Fable video game? He's got a mask that looks very much like that. That's what it reminds me of. Alright, enough dicking around. Grenold. I've let the Ondo down, aye. But more than I've let myself down. Or, let me-self down. Might as well go back to mending kettles. Show Geralt a crystal which once belonged to one of Ardbert's companions? Yes. What's that you got there? Such striking beauty! It shines with a heartache, and laughter, and the transient of life, like the turmoil of history made manifest. Aye, I can see the brilliance of the crystal's legacy. Aye, ye'd never capture such a gleam, not if ye labored 100 years. But bugger me if I don't mean to try. Where me tools? Gods damn ye! I must set to work before the feeling fades. Yay, we've got him back to doing the thing. Also, this dude here, this Geralt, is this Geralt right here. You see him without his hair? That's Geralt. Can you see the resemblance? Can you capture the resemblance? No? You sure? Now, anyway. Alright, we get our Heaven's Eye, and we have the choice of Piety, Quick Tongue, and Quick Arm. I think I'm gonna go with Piety when we complete it. The Illuminated Land. I can feel it, a vision foaming in my mind. Step aside, lad, and let me itching hands get to work. Ting, ting, ting. And done! I've taken the wonders that Crystal showed me and channeled them into a new shape which befits the Ondo's spiritual character. Holy fucking shit, that is massive. I thought the lantern would be, like, handheld, not a fucking street lamp. What a bad job, if I do say so myself. And to think, I was this close to hanging up me hammer after studying the craft of the ancients. I've been across the length and breadth of Norverond and gobbled up every scrap of craft and wisdom what I could find. But no matter which technique I tried, me work was just no comparison. I couldn't even figure out how they put them damn buildings together. A mystery for the ages. That's what drew me here in the first place. I built me workshop, got the forges burning, then lost me bleeding will to craft. Thank the gods for the crystal of yours. I might have never gotten it back. I won't pry into your business, but I reckon your little miracle there has been through the kind of journey they sing songs about. The echoes of the memory it holds just speak directly to your heart. I can still feel me coursing through me. The inspiration's not fading away. It's welling up stronger and stronger. Give me the chance and I reckon I can weave the Crystal Saga into other things as well. But bugger me, I'd almost forgotten the Ondo's commission. If he could drag the lamp over to Tolsath for me, I'll stay here and dream up new armaments for ye to try. Me? Me? You now have access to Grout's Fold. Equipment rewards will become available for collection based on the role quest you have completed. Nice. Okay. Ding. Journey's End for the tank. Ooh, all of these are, achievement. Axe to Grind. Dark Knight. Gunbreaker. Marauder. Dark Knight. Gunbreaker. That is cool. Oh, but they're not as powerful as my current stuff. Item level 515. Item level 430. Like, I was hoping for... Oh, is this because this is like... No, this is level 80 stuff. So 515, and, like, it doesn't really... Yeah, not even the weapons... Oh my god, Shadowbringer is the name of the fucking sword. Are you kidding me? Like... Chongo, the Shadowbringer. Ooh, Lionheart. I'm gonna at least grab... Okay, do I just pick these up? Show only Alright. Like, I'm guessing... Boop. Okay, so all of these are like different... Hang on. Can I wear... Let me look at the head. So we got the Bodyguard Blinder for the Gunbreaker. Oop. You know what? I'll at least grab this stuff. Claim anyway. Oh, it wants me to, like... Bodyguard thingy. So I own that. Alright, I am going to swap to Journey's End, and then... And then swap to Warrior. This is so then that way I can just really quickly grab all this shit. Alrighty. Yeah. Basically end of world quest. They, like, I reckon they'll look pretty cool, so I'll put them in my glamour chest when I have a chance. Because I want to, like, change this sword into the Lionheart. I reckon that would be good. Alrighty. The compass, 1,000 to the west. Not again, Incineroar! My eyes! Dun, 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 dun. Mind if I join you to help out? We're not yet at a mission, like at a dungeon or anything like that. So, shortly, yeah. You're welcome to, like, hop on and such like that at the very least. Hang on a second. Think. What is it that you have there? I have Grinald's lamp. The sacred lamp! The Finnish one has kept his promise. My people tell me of the many deeds you have performed in the name of the aiding cups, and now you come to me, bearing the light we had almost surrendered hope of ever seeing. We can doubt your purity no longer. Your arrival was the will of the ancients. Yes, the time for fear has passed. We shall take the lamp and unveil its austere illumination upon the walls of the Forgotten. Gather there with your companions. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Cookie. Gather there with your companions, and we shall speak again once our prayers have been offered. Nice. God damn it. Still yawny and sleepy and shit. God damn.
Oh, stewards of the Ondo.
Hey, I was fairly close to the how they were talking. Ah.
That crystal you showed the artisan.
Yeah, it was one of your companions.
Was it? Did it belong to one of my friends?
Yes, your paladin. I thought... Missed that part, did you?
I tried to give you a measure of privacy. No one wants a spirit looking over their shoulder every moment of the day.
That's so, Arbert.
So tell me, if you would, how did you come across that crystal?
What responses do I get? Oh, I just explained the whole story. It
was Brandon's then.
Yep. I think Brandon's the name of your, what's-mahoozy fella.
Strange that I should learn such things now, after they're long gone. They were fine friends, every one of them. I didn't expect death to teach me so much. About them, about Seto, about you. About the hope that hides at the heart of this world?
Sorry, I just had to send a message to
I've
someone.
never been one for idle chit-chat, but if by
Need
some
to go back
miracle
and
I
see
could
how it
see them all
changes when you
again,
get
I
every
doubt I
last
would
one of
ever
them for
stop
the scene.
talking.
I'm curious, like, if it's based off of your first... Like, someone's probably done the experimentation of, like, if it's your first one, then you, like, it'll use the crystal you got for the first one, or it might be your latest one. So, yeah, if you try and do all of them, I wonder what will happen. Because there's only 3 to do, right? Tank. Oh, there's magic, DPS, and physical. Okay. I thought it was just tank, healer, and DPS. I didn't think they split the DPSs into magic and physical. And, melee.
I'm grateful I got to bend your ear at least. And just for that, I reckon I'll stick with you.
Oh, so it's just
To the
magic
very
and
end.
physical. Okay. Oh my god, imagine if there was like a imagine, you know how there's like melee,
Apologies, we were a little late to the gathering.
physical ranged, and then magical is just range? Imagine if they did a fucking like melee magical. Imagine if they did that, where it was like, oh, we can do like magical shit, but you need to be in like close range.
It seems
to
we
do
succeeded in gaining their trust.
So it's like magic that like benefits from the circle shit. If they did that, people would probably be enraged. Apparently people are already enraged with the massive number
The delay
of
wasn't exactly
DPS
welcome,
classes we
but
have.
at least our many hands made light work.
But to be fair, like, this is a like everyone DPS.
And they seemed especially impressed with your contribution.
So,
Our hero indeed.
yeah, we don't need like we don't need another tank and another healer, because the few times they get, because I feel like every time a new tank and healer gets added, they are still a substantial there's a substantial difference between each of the different tanks and healers, whereas in the DPS, I feel like they tried doing the substantial difference with the melee based ones, but the thing is that some of them are just weak. Like, for example, the monk. The game requires 2 DPSs from the start of a realm reborn. Well, yeah, in the thingamadiggy.
Y'shtola was telling us those structures may date back to the age of the Ascians.
Or whatever the equivalent of the Ascian is in this world.
An Ascian homeland.
In the source, we were also on Ascian homeland. That's
Despite
not
his
like-
many protestations, I never quite believed Emmett Selk was telling the truth.
Nor I. But there is no denying the evidence before our eyes. Clearly this was once a great city.
Even the tanks and healers are too similar to each other as well? What the fuck do you mean?
A home they would see restored, no matter how many tens
They
of
do
thousands
not.
of years it
I'm gonna be
takes.
real with you. They do not feel the same. The Gunbreaker is, like, I feel like in terms of variance, like, the Gunbreaker is one of the stranger of the ones, but I feel like Paladin is a close second because of the utilization of a shield, so it has, like, more defense thingamadiggies. But then Warrior and Dark Knight are probably, like, one of the weaker of the variances, because they're both just, the big damage and a little bit of self-healing, and it's like a gauge of damage, and you're normally trying to, do the thing, is far from weak. Okay, I meant from variance, is what I mean. The warrior doesn't, like, the identity of the warrior would get diluted as if there was more and more tank classes coming in, because the warrior
Even if
is
they managed
the,
to
like,
rejoin all
the most
worlds,
standard
they'll
of
never bring back
tanks.
the ones who were lost.
There isn't a unique warrior thing, and I feel like the only way you can do a unique warrior thing is if you did further reworks to make it like a self-sustaining tank, but we don't want that because then that breaks the role dynamic between the tank, healer, and the DPSs. That's why...
But would I have done any different?
Yeah.
How are you feeling?
Like I'm filled with light. Oh, ow. Fuck. Super fucking bright. Dun, 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 dun.
You have completed your devotions?
Hi, Atomica. Welcome to the stream.
Yes. To the honored ancients have we offered up our prayers and our gratitude. You too have our thanks.
Yes. Guess what you're trying to get at there is...
Might we
that
trouble
literally
thee
flashed the
then
rest of my
to
thoughts
tell
out
us
of my
more
head.
of the illuminated
It's
land
okay.
of which thou didst lately speak?
I guess you're coming at it with a, like, say, mechanical difference of, like, you know, strength, the strength of the attacks, the combos, like, you know, how it feels to play. I'm coming out of it with a relatively, like, sort of theme of the mechanics. I think that's the difference, is you're coming into it in an entirely sort of stat way. I'm coming into it as a theme way. You just finished your first VR chat meetup, and I wasn't invited? You didn't invite me? To be fair, I was only sleeping, like, you know, 2 hours ago, so I probably wouldn't have been able to do that, so... Ow. Look at these fish people.
To the west of here lies a great trench. Some days ago, a light appeared in that endless darkness. Curious, we ventured closer and discovered in the depths an entire city. The buildings we spied were akin to our own everlasting abodes. Impossibly so.
I'd say they do a good job, but I would like to see the current jobs have my diverse ways they work. I guess the diversity is whether you want to play as the
understood
DPS,
at
the tank, and the
once
healer. I
the
think that's
ancients
where the
had
main,
risen.
like, you know,
There could be no doubt.
diversity of play is what your actual role is.
Taken with terror, we retreated to the cups, and I decreed that none should enter the trench until such time as we received a sign.
Might it still be possible to reach this city of the ancients?
With no water to drown you, a finless one could now travel there. Yes. I am convinced you are the sign for which we have been waiting. My people will show you the way.
Cool. More of the area to explore, which means we can probably find more aether currents and be closer to flying around this area.
Shall we?
Let's go. Alright, there's no blue quests from what I can see. So, and then that's the gemstone trader. So we're gonna go straight for the next quest in the Illuminated Lands. The chieftain has bid me guide your steps to the Illuminated Land. Come, the way lies downward. Follow the path of coral and rock and join your comrades below. I sound like I have swallowed 10,000 cigarettes in an hour. Do not think too hard about it. What? They say stupid shit all the time. How was I supposed to know this one was true? Bank accounts were made by the shadow government. See? Sorry, there's just something silly about that fucking clip. Because I finished watching Has Been Hotel, and there's like spoilers for Has Been Hotel, by the by. I'll keep my hand up here so then that way you know when I'm talking about the spoiler, and then when I put it down it will be over. Nani? So like really early on, like episode 2, I want to say, we learned of like, episode 1, an angel was killed during the extermination. Episode 2, we learned who was responsible for the extermination. The radio demon Alistor knows it, and one of the egg people. And the egg people are part of like Sylvester or whatever the fucking snake, whatever the snake demon name is. And they're going to bed, and he's like, "Hi, my pretties. How was your day?" And the egg boy was like, "Oh, Camilla had killed an angel." And he's like, "Ah, that's nice." And then like several episodes later on, we Alistar reveals this thing to Charlie, the daughter of the King of Hell and shit like that. And so, hi there, Shabor. And so, we learn, like, the egg person is like, "Oh yeah, I told him months ago." And they're just sort of like, "What?" And they're like, why didn't you tell us? And then the snake person's like, "What do you mean? They talk about weird shit all the time. How was I supposed to know this one was real?" And the egg is just like, "Bank accounts are a scam invented by the shadow corporations." And he's like, "See?" I love it. I loved how it diffused it. So it was one of those cases of like, oh, the egg boys are just, granted, up until that point, we thought the egg boys were just, idiots. They're not crazy. But it was just great that the way they diffused it was just him being like, "They talk shit all the time. How was I supposed to know this was real?" Which I feel like fits, like, if you've like met an Australian and they want to lie to you all the time, you just stop believing in some of the shit they talk about until another person pipes up with it. So when it's just sort of like "Oh yeah, we told him months ago," you're just sort of like, they talk about stupid shit all the time. There was no one to second that opinion. All are gathered, yes? Then I shall describe the path you must take. Enter the cavern below, and follow the wall down, and down, and down. Once at the bottom, find a passage to the northwest, then continue west, and west, and west. The way is not simple. Keep your friends within shouting distance, and do not stray into the deep. Just before the journey ends, you will find the Caliban Gap and the barrier we placed at its mouth. This obstacle will fade should you raise a hand towards it. We made it so. A most succulent explanation. We thank you for your guidance. What was that saying? Even a broken clock strikes twice? Even a broken clock is right twice in the day, is what is the saying. Deeper into the depths we go. Alright, I gotta ignore all these, like, Nautiluses and shit. But yeah. So, it was less of a case of, like, oh, the broken clock was right. It was more of a case of, the snake demon had, like, a greater, like, history of, these egg boys just leading him astray and shit. And I feel like there should have been, like, a lot more of that, like, sort of before then. But I still love the diffusion they did in the episode. And what's more is it's now being used as a TikTok sound. Wonder why that tiny bit changed, but that's fine. Like, I might be wrong with it, but the sentiment is the same. It's like it's supposedly saying that even if you're wrong all the time, there is still the potentiality of, you being correct in one or two of your chances and what have you. It's not like lost. It's not like you can never, be correct. The way you said it sounds more correct. I just like quotes. I'm very repeatable with my quotes. I mean, like, for example, you know, just sort of learning things like, curiosity killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. That's one thing. Blood of the Covenant is thicker than water in the womb. That one is that one's a pretty good one, but everyone goes with the, oh, blood is thicker than water. And it's like, no, that's sort of, you know, that's sort of an exploitation of the Blood of the Covenant thing. Because what it's saying is that found family and those forged through, difficulties and such like that will normally be a greater connection to you than just, oh, family member that you probably not got too much of an experience with. Our guide bade us travel to the cavern floor and thence to the west. 'Twould seem those twisted tunnels is death such simple instruction. Rather than rely on direction alone, I suggest we scout with care and relay the path ahead to those who come behind. Get cut in half. Another good example is the customer's always right in terms of taste. Yep, exactly. So that's another one. Like, that one is that one was less of a conformist sort of exploitation and more of a oh, the customer just wants to take the win. Because that's the thing. It's like, you know, Blood of the Covenant thicker than water in the room being turned into blood is thicker than water is a alteration to make it so that, oh, rather than having new ties forged through adventure and what have you, you stick to your family and what have you. So there's less, you know, tolerance and learning of new experiences and things. Meanwhile, Meeps!
With the 31-month tier 1 sub. Jib cookies.
Give cookies? You know where to go for your cookies, okay? I'm not gonna give you free cookies just because you subscribe to me. I put so much work into that cookie routine for you when it first happened. You can just request them. Also, thank you so much for the 31 months. I really appreciate it for, you know, keeping subscribed to me for so long. You don't have to deal with any of the advertisements. Thank you for the Hyper Himbo. And look at all the emotes that are now available. Cookie for Meeps. Here's your cookie, Meeps. Cookie. Look at all the emotes I have now. And those are all, like, tier 1 and freebie and, like, follower available emotes as well. They're not tier 2 or anything like that. Do you love the Arrive one? The Arrive one is a new one from Cookie for Meeps once again. The Arrive one was made by Emu Fur, and I quite like it. I kind of want to get, like, a whole series from Emu Fur at some point, but in order to get, like, new emotes, it would actually cost quite a bit, so... Cookie, once again, for Meeps. I'm gonna hide it in my titties. There we go. You can't get it if it's in my titties. Look at this. How's it going, Meeps? How is your evening going? Thank you for the head packs, Eric's. Alphino, how's it going? Gran, you have a choice of 2 routes from here. You can either take the long way to the south along the rocks or skip along this coral branch as Alize has done. I, for one, shall be following my sister's example. Nope. No cookie for Meeps. That's what you think. Watch as Meeps gets mauled over me stealing the cookie. Also, I'm pretty sure I've set a, actually, hang on a second. Aether Compass. 811 bulbs to the west. Okay, so we still have a ways to go. Lol, there's like 2 different ways we can go about this. I'll fucking log in there to get you. You don't even know where I am, do you? There's no way you could possibly know where I am in this world. Don't look up there. Oh, the minion is fine. The minion doesn't get it. And then... That's Alpha. I was a little bit concerned for a quick moment that you actually were able to, like, do that. Where you were able to, like, move so quickly. to the thingy-majiggy. All right, you know what? I'm just gonna use this just to get around quicker. Hi there, Wild Saber. In a really crappy stream because the next friend showed up and straight harassed me and banned. Evaded the whole first side. Ah, fuck. That's not good. Two things. One, I'm really sorry you had that experience, Wild Saber. It's not great if a friend is just deciding to be a fucking dick to you. I highly recommend, however, if you can, this is normally like a good way to avoid ban evades and such, is make it so that you have to have, like, you know, these different like like these different things on your account. Like, so hang on a second. So you can have in your, there's like a series of settings you can apply to your channel to make it that if you want people to communicate in your channel, they have to meet certain minimum like requirements with their account. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can find the setting, because it's like it's a very good security setting. Hang on a second. It's somewhere around here. I swear it is. Role manager? No. Where is it? Moderation. All right, there it is. Moderation. So, you can, there's a way where you can set up ban evasions and shit like that. So, like, when enabled, messages from suspected ban evaders will be delivered to all chatters. So you can like turn on ban evasion. So then that way, like, if they think there's a ban evader, then it will like, you know, put them into a different area. So then that way you may not have to see it. You can and then let's see. There's a non-mod chat delay of, like, you can set it so that moderators see the message before it goes into the main channel. The one that I do is channel privileges, where so hang on a second. So if you go to, so yeah, it's in setting and moderation. You can set it where all chatters must, like, either all, some, or none need to have a verified email. And then the second one is phone verification, where they have to have a valid phone number. I have it where everyone who wants to communicate in my channel has to have a verified email. That normally, like, gets rid of so many fucking bots. And then the phone verification is that some people must have a verified phone. I make it so that chatters without a verified phone must have an account older than a week. I can make it where it's like older than, let's say, a month. I think that one might be a better one. I think I'm gonna set that to, yeah, I'm gonna set that to like a month. It has to be at least a month old before if they don't want to do phone verification. And then you can have it where it's like, oh, chatters without a verified phone must have been following for more than however many minutes and such. You have verification exemption with, you can set it so that if you set moderators, VIPs, they, you know, skip the verification, or people who subscribe to you, which, I'm gonna be real, that one I think is alright, because it's like a case of, oh, if they're willing to spend $5 to me to try and fling a slur, might as well get the $5 for them and then ban their ass. If I ban their ass before they give me the $5, I'm not getting $5. So that's the first thing. Second thing. Remember how we talked about earlier on about, like, oh, you kind of don't want to, like, you can talk about your experiences with streaming and such, but normally you have to talk about your experiences when users ask for it. So the thing of, like, oh, I had a crappy stream yesterday, like, you didn't raid in or anything like that, like, there is no context to, like, thingy. Some people are, you know, some people can be a little bit, like, you know, not wanting to keep you into their chat if your first message coming in is, hey, I've been streaming and I've been having this experience. It's like, some people are not for that. Some people are more for, you know, if you are a streamer and such, and, like, raid into them and, you know, be good friends with them outside of streaming and gaming, or, like, you know, collaboration and such, before you start talking about streaming. So, just forewarning. So, you're fine as you are, but the next time you do this, I might just ask to, you know, have the message deleted and such, or just a quick timeout. There you are! Come on, I think I found the tunnel we were looking for. I take a while for getting through my points and such. I need to speed that up. I went... Yeah, okay, so this is going up. Oh, that's why. Alrighty, and then compass. Yep, okay, so it still wants us, like, going due west. Alright, so I've got 1, 2, 3... I got 4 missions that require me to get the Tempest done. Southwest. Okay, so they want me, like, down there, then. Here! This must be the barrier of Ondo spoke of. Well, that was rather more audacious than expected. I feel a sudden rush of gratitude for the smooth roads our ancestors cut through the wilderness. 'Twas a treacherous path indeed. Now, I believe one of us needs to but raise a hand to banish this next obstacle. Grant, I elect you to do the honors. Getting advice from experienced streamers like you will make my life easier. I thank you for all your advice. Not to worry. If you have questions about streaming and what have you, you could probably ask in the Discord, or, you know, just sort of, like, Google some of these things. Because, like, there is a lot of people on YouTube and TikTok who want to, like, share, you know, how to be safer, how to deal with hate rates, how to grow as a streamer, yada yada. Stream Schemes, for instance, they have a website, but they also have a YouTube channel. They talk a lot about engagement and what have you, so they can be a good source as well. And what's more is, like, the advice doesn't change very quickly, but they do keep themselves up to date because of, you know, either new people just joining on the platform, like, every year or something, and then, like, small changes to the rules and what have you, and trying to, like, dispel rumors that started, like, from years ago that they couldn't confirm or deny. Like as not, this tunnel will be just as perilous as the road we walked to get here. Let's all stay aware of our surroundings, shall we? We all just nod our head and we do our thing. Nice. Alrighty then. So, but yeah, the best advice that comes from me is, you know, try and keep to a consistency and what have you. Like, you can't, like, there is no healthy way of being able to get up to, like, the top numbers, I feel like, unless you know, really go whole hog into this kind of platform, but that is a 1%er kind of likelihood. That is not something that is so easily accomplished. I know, like, people like Ludwig have pointed out of, like, oh, you could get to, like, you know, high numbers and such like that retention-wise, but the thing is that that demonstration was done one time with a YouTube video, and we've not really seen a lot of people do, because here's the thing, is, like, any commentary in, like, internet stuff very rarely gets long-term research into it, because no one is really interested in, you know, getting the answer in, like, 2 to 5 years like most academic papers will take. They're interested in a solution in 2 weeks. So, but anywhoosies, Ludwig's video that he did of, like, oh, he created an entirely new channel unrelated to himself. He wrote a script on an interesting, and did the research on an interesting subject. He spent money to get a voiceover. He spent money to get an editor to go along with the voiceover and such. And then, once he had the video completed, he then, like, sent, like, a really ludicrous amount. He sent, like, money into a popular streamer's channel when they were doing, like, reviewing videos and shit. And using that, was able to have one of his videos, you know, get seen by a large number of people and what have you. I'm gonna be real with you, though. Probably did not get his money back from that method. but he has demonstrated that there is still the potentiality of brand new people on platforms still, you know, getting a big break and what have you, because it's all creative, and we're not normally interested in content that was already released several years ago. We're interested in content that's getting released now, but we're willing to catch up on content from several years ago in order to keep up with the today and what have you, if it's a requirement. Alright, where is the Aether Compass? 269 malms, nice, to the southwest. Alright, so it's around here then. So yeah, there was one YouTuber I remember who decided to do like a brand entirely new different channel, and the reason they did that is because the existing channel they were on only saw success when they were doing like Overwatch videos or something like that, and any times they were trying to do something new within that existing channel didn't work out too well. But then suddenly, but then they, you know, they made an entirely different channel and used that new channel to do whatever kind of content they liked, and they saw a lot more success. So there is demonstration like short term that, hey, sometimes it is worth taking a risk to start anew if you are, you know, creatively different, so to speak. So, yeah. Holy shit! It's an entire fucking city, like it's from Kingdom Hearts or some shit. What the fuck? It's Atlantis.
When the Ondo spoke of a city, I did not think they meant an actual city.
I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. It was not this city.
Then we are seeing the same view.
Oh, how are you seeing it?
The remnants in the Ondo settlement were solid material structures. But these...
I'm guessing there's aether in them.
Everything here pulses with ether. 'Tis an enchantment on a monumental scale.
I wonder if she's getting, like, the details of the structure with the ether, like, vision and what have you. Damn! Crazy. Doesn't it remind you of one other what? Grant, did you note the style of the structure? 'Tis the same used for the remnants at the cups and the mural-painted towers. Look closely. Emmett Selch has not simply reclaimed these ruins, he has layered the semblance of an entire city upon them. Gods, the magnitude of his artifice is staggering, though it pains me to admit, we do not fully understand the feats of which an old-world Ascian is capable. Holy fucking shit. 115 to the south. Okay, so it's about this ways. We'll find it when we go further in, I suppose. Salvage Might. So we got Battle Dance. Let's go for Piety this time. It's intimidating, yes, but we have to start somewhere. Why don't we have a closer look at the tower to the southeast? We might be able to reach it from the edge of this trench. Hang on. Hang on, there's someone streaming right now and I need to check in with them because I'm getting close to, like, I've looked at the titles of the main quest lines and seeing like what they unlock and shit, and I know we're getting closer to like a dungeon thing. Sorry, I just got I got Sashara in the background as she's doing some shit to her stream. So many people I'm enjoying are in the middle of streaming right now. Unnamed is doing Helldiver. Sashara is doing, I don't know, fucking something. Welcome back, Xerix. Alrighty. Dun, dun, dun. Did the city remind you of something else? It does a little bit. Like, a little bit. I'm trying to, like, it's not Garlemald for it. Like, it's Art Deco. It's that New York Art Deco style. So unfortunately, it's one of those things of, it's just very strongly in my head. Now discovered a new location. I should probably have walked into this place with my paladin. That way, like, there would have been a... Because, yeah, like, 26,000 experience. And I need... Hang on, where's my paladin? Yeah, I need, like, 1,000,000 experience, like, to update this guy. Like, it would have been... Yeah, it would have been better to walk around with my paladin while I was exploring. Because then I would have gotten, like, a lot more experience being applied to him to help him. Look at the size of these doors! Now I know how pixies must feel. Hi there, Savage! Wah. GrantZeebs recognized. Welcome to the city of Amarot. How the fuck does it would you be riding the lift? The fuck? Did the building just welcome you? Mayhaps. It is not so passing strange. Did Emic Selch not invite Grant to visit his abode? Okay, true. I didn't think I'd get, like, an invitation this quickly. 'Tis playing thy coming was expected. And where will this lift be taking us? The lift services every level of Akora Heights, but is presumably configured to convey passengers directly to the ground floor. Well, there you have it. In the absence of some few hundred yalms of rope, we have little choice but to accept the offer. With emphasis on the we, I'm not about to let you walk into that palace alone. You're close to it. Which previous game has this similar scene? I was gonna say fucking Kingdom Hearts, but yeah. I wish to ride the lift. As you wish. The lift will arrive shortly. Final Fantasy... Oh. Nah, did not clue into me on that one. Like, here's the thing. I have not played very many Final Fantasy games. I have played this, Final Fantasy 15, and a little bit of Final Fantasy 16, but I've not finished Final Fantasy 16. I was very... blech. I was very blech with the combat style. Next floor, ground floor. Facilities include the Bureau of the Administrator, the Bureau of the Architect, and the Capital. So, yeah. I've not played, like, all of Final Fantasy VII either. I've only played a little bit of the remake that was released, like, a few years ago. And I think I only got as far as, like, the Beehive or whatever the fuck it's called. The burlesque place. Hang on! Stretching! Ah! Stretching! I need a stretch! It's only at this distance that you start to realize just how big the buildings truly are. What did that voice call the city? Amaruat? Look! Over there. Oh hey, it's an Ascian. Oh shit, it's an Ascian. Is that a person? Nope, my mistake. That's a giant. Doesn't seem to have noticed us yet. Giant or no, a resident of this place may have much and more to tell us. I say we make the first move. Alphano, you... Hi there, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Alphano, you can't just... Look at him be angry.
Hello!
Hello. Pray excuse my baldness, but may I ask you a few questions? Holy shit, he's huge! What the fuck? What adorable costumes. Are you children on an excursion? This district has much to teach you. How odd. That sounded like no language I've ever heard, and yet I understood every word. Just as he understood us. Bum, bum, bum. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How's it going?
It goes. I'm gonna update my stream thingy-majiggy to mention that you're here. Wake up.
Oh,
Shadows are
thanks.
bringing in thanks to Sashera. Hopefully I'm spelling that correctly. Let's see how that looks.
Well, if you do it as an ad, it should give you the link in the title.
It should. But for some reason it didn't. Let me have a look. Where's my title? No, I don't want to see a recap of January. Yay, it's got the proper Sashera. Also, you're a little fluffy cloud. Look at you. Little fluffy.
Yeah, my Crimbus.
Crimbus. Wait, you're what?
Crimbus. So, because we've been playing a lot of Power World, one of the powers that you get is called a Cremus, and it's basically Eevee 2.0. And this is what a Cremus looks like, but I just made it neat.
Fair enough. Alright, fair enough. Crimbus.
Oh, did I mute Discord on? Hang on. No, Discord's there.
Okay.
We can't... Well, you're not going to see Grant, because I don't have Grant's Fugi.
What?
Because I have... Well, because I do custom ones.
Oh, no, don't
And
do
I
that.
haven't-
I've got like so many different Fugies. I can...
No, but I have a thing.
You have
I
a
have
thing.
like I draw them myself, so I have chibis of everyone that I have on stream.
And you don't have one of me?
Cause I haven't got there yet.
You haven't got one of me after
I haven't even got one of Ellie yet. How do you think Ellie feels?
You haven't done one of Allie either?
No.
What are you doing?
I'm being lazy. The last one I did was Volk, and that was ages ago. It takes
Okay.
time.
How many art projects do you have right now?
Yes.
Yes is not a number. How many art projects do you have?
Well, my brother wants his shirt for about the last 3 years. I have a PNG tuber I'm doing for someone by the name of Chaos. I have updates to PNG tubers for people that regularly join me on stream, so yourself, maybe Code even, a couple other people. Tatsu needs his updated as well because his character has changed. I'm going to do a 3D model edit for Nick's Husky, which is about half finished. He has to tell me what clothes he wants. I then need to do a goat edit for goat. I need to do I think Chrissy wanted help with her 3D model edit, and then I wanted to do an edit for Dano as well, which is hopefully going to be a dragon, and then I got to re-edit my model, and there's a lot that I've got to do with my model to really update it, and and then Desi wants me to draw her butt. Don't ask.
Can I join in Vibe even though I don't have a sub? I don't know how I feel about that. I used to have, like, because I'd have someone, like, join in on these things, and even though they were, like, sort of playing the same game as me, what would end up happening is, because they were, like, leagues ahead of me level-wise, they would just, like, fuck off and do their own thing, and they would just be sitting in the Discord with me, and not, like, you know, communicate and jive with me a lot of the time. It was more of a case of they would say something about their experience, like a quick or or, you know, one of those, like, NPC noises, and then there was me just sort of being like, huh? What's going on your side? With no understanding of what was going on.
In fairness, Tatsu's usually pretty good with just vibing, like he'll be watching the stream and being in context, but
asking questions, vibe check, and joining in and such?
Okay,
let's see. The Rogue Giant.
Like, he generally hangs out on Dazzy's stream, and even if he doesn't have the game that Dazzy's playing, he'll either not say an awful lot or will genuinely, like, ask questions about what Dazzy's doing and things like that. And occasionally he'll bring up something that he's doing, but he'll usually give context.
Okay, yeah. Because I like communicating with peeps and what have you. Like, we're social creatures at heart. I'm introverted as fuck, though, so it's like, it's tricky doing the communication, like, hard to engage, which is why when it's, like, in the context of, like, oh, we're standing around talking to this fucking rogue giant, like, Jesus Christ, look at the size of them. I don't know their pronouns, so we're just gonna go with them.
He's not a rogue giant. Why is my excuse me?
It says rogue giant right there. Wait, right there.
Hang on, chat, one sec.
You stand in the Polilariate district, wherein lie the institutions most vital to the management of our star. Had to deal with going 17 hours of no internet yesterday and almost had an incident a few hours ago. What in the world? You mostly just read Dazzy's chat for him. I don't have chat going off that crazy speed on my side. I don't know how viewers do that. Like, they just mile an hour nonsense. Can you tell us where Emmett Selch is? Ah, I see. You've come to marvel at the workings of the Convocation of 14. Hey, Final Fantasy 14 reference right there.
Apologies for that.
You good?
Yep, I just had to answer the phone real quick because I had a thing, but it's all good.
Okay. Alright, sounds good. Hardly surprising, I suppose. The whole world holds its breath as the final days draw near, and our brightest minds race to implement their plans. Thus, you must understand that gaining an audience at this time will be next to impossible. You should hurry home now before your families begin to worry. Do you need me to walk you back?
You're a child, by the way.
Yeah, I figured because they were talking about me like I was a child in costume of all things. No, we will be fine. Very well. Take care, little ones. No, not Yakuza, Sir Dragon. This is Final Fantasy 14. It should say Final Fantasy 14.
That's for me.
Yep, okay, cool. Nice.
This is, like, my favorite area, by the way.
Why am I, like, the Art Deco New York magic stuff?
A lot, like, the atmosphere down here is just very eerie. but the music track is one of my all-time favorites.
Okay.
Okay, so
if
why
the music
can-
jives, then the music jives. Like, what was all
Why?
that about?
Oh no, hold up.
Hey, guess who's speaking? Stola.
Hang on. Apparently chat can't hear you, which is... What is... Oh... How are you guys not getting double audio of me is my better question.
So...
There we go.
Nope. Do you need me to say a few things as I speak right now?
Nope, that should be all good. It's because Wavelink updated, and so it set all of my OBS tracks to default.
That would do it. I had the Wavelink update go off as well, which I'm not 100% certain if my EQ is right, because they've updated their EQ so you can have, like, presets. And I kind of want to experiment with, like, getting different EQs and see if I can do, like, a button for, like, making it so it's like, oh, I can sound like I'm an old radio or something, but I haven't gone through with that. But that does mean my EQ has had to, like, you know, turn into nothing, because the old EQ couldn't do that, and I had to remove it and all that. So, but
yeah,
when it comes to the actual OBS setup, I don't use the Wavelink's different audio things in order to, like, you know, for example, like the like game capture and such. What I've actually done is I've gotten this started in OBS version 28, but the actual plugin has gotten more updates since then. So there's a thing called the application audio output capture. And what that does is it's able to capture, like, hang on a sec, I can, like, show you, like, a little thingy-madiggy. So and the reason I've gone for this update is so then that way I'll send it to you in the Zebra streaming thing so you can see. So, for example, so I have this, like, you know, it works similar to, like, you know, oh, you have, like, an audio thing, and you tell it which executables to like, capture in this particular audio thing. So this one is for my game capture, and because of the update, you're able to have a list of multiple executables, and then there's a little check mark at the bottom that says capture all audio except sessions from the selected executable. So what I've done is I've created an audio capture for communication. So Discord, Telegram is one thing. There's another audio capture for my music. So if I'm playing through iTunes, Twitch's soundtrack UI that they used to have, and Chrome. So I have Chrome go through the music track. And then StreamerBot is, like, all the different streamer thing, like Vignon and such. And then I have this game capture one where I essentially tell it, all right, capture everything from my desktop except these things. So there's, like, a mixture. So yeah, so then that way I don't have to, like, fiddle around with being like, oh, because I'm running this application, it has to go into this channel, and I don't have to do all the manual stuff in Wavelink, especially if there's updates. Instead, it's OBS being like, oh, here's the executables. So
yeah, fair enough.
So yeah.
The only reason I do it via Wavelink rather than OBS is because then that way I don't have to mess with any sound settings between my headset and my speakers when I'm not streaming, which tends to be more often than not.
Fair enough.
But I can see how that would be an advantage.
Yeah. So, because I use this for work and what have you, and, like, I like the idea of having, like, the multiple audio channels for different things, but I'd rather do that. I'd rather try and keep it agnostically with, like, whatever program I'm, you know, forcing it to. Much like, for instance, OBS, where it's like, oh, I want to have my one application where it can be captured both, you know, VOD and stream, but then I want this one where it's only the VOD, or this one where it's only the stream. So if I was able to, you know, because, yeah, I've used Voicemeeter or whatever, and I absolutely hated the whole audio, like, things. It kind of screws you over when you're trying to do troubleshooting on, like, you know, voice calls and such for work.
Not wrong.
So, yeah.
Hi, Ninja. Right, so you stole this bit.
Yes.
To my eyes, these people appear as arcane entities. I suspect Emmett Selk wove them from Aether much as he reconstructed the rest of the city.
The final days. Such words well befit the oblivion described to us by our Asian foe. A catastrophe of unprecedented scale, which did set in motion the summoning of Zodiark, and thence Heidelin herself. But do you want to do Rain? I can't do women's voices. you can be this little girl. Look at her, and she's a redhead now. She's no longer like child Minfilia and giving Thancred confused feelings. She's now Rain. She's now her own person, which is fantastic.
Yeah. But that happened centuries and centuries ago, didn't it? That man spoke as if they were rushing to avert a disaster here and now.
Oh. Unless, for these people, the distant past is the here and now. I believe thou hast the right of it, Master Alphino. This ethereal Amarot and its residents appear to be phantoms of a different age. Emmett Selch hath resurrected a memory, a moment in time from before the star was sundered. That kind of makes sense. It's like an echo of, what was before.
Mm-hmm.
So, we find ourselves in a long-destroyed city inhabited by the long-departed. An unusual situation, to be sure, but at least we're able to parley with these ancients. In fact, they seem downright eager to chat. I say we use this to our advantage. Split up, strike up some conversations, and see if we can't learn the location of our quarry. And while we are at it, it wouldn't hurt to wheedle out a few more details regarding this Convocation of 14 and their impending disaster. Do you think there's, any, connection between the fact that this is Final Fantasy 14 and they're talking about the Convocation of 14?
Not to mention how many shards of Zodiac there are.
Yep, that's true. To mingling, then. Let's meet back here when our jaws start aching. Oh, joy. Thancred would just be so great at parties. It's just like, everyone split up, get some food, and don't come back until your jaw is aching from either of the two.
Hey, you disappeared on me.
I'm right here.
Oh,
Hi.
you moved. Hello.
Hello.
So, because I missed all the good shit.
All the good shit? What do you mean all the good shit?
Oh no, he's hot.
Oh, that one. Oh, yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, you missed out on quite a bit, and you were like, I'm sorry.
It's not my fault.
You were just, there was so much emotion in your... Did you even use crying emotes? Hang on a second. Did you cry?
I probably did.
You cried. You were like, crap. And you were like, my appointment.
I wanted to come along for the funny bit. Also the emotional bit, because haha, guess who?
Guess who? Yeah, I'm gonna be real. I keep forgetting his name. Oh, hey, there's
Rahatia.
Oh, Savage is in the chat. Hang on a second. I gotta move him in there. All right. Are we gonna have a full party with us? Is that the plan? There's Savage.
Boy.
Boy. All right, let me send you.
Are we doing abductions today? Hold up.
Invite to party. Invite to party.
And hey, it's the small wolf.
Hi.
I say as Xerix. Xerix is over here.
Oh, everyone has the fucking flying saucer.
That's what I mean. We're doing abductions today.
I'm not sure if Xerix does, actually.
Does Xerix?
I mean, if he's not up to date with you know what.
Yeah, probably not. Because this is like post-game, isn't it, as well?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Yeah, he has a couple classes level 90, but yeah. To say the least, Grant, this is because of the relic quest for Endwalker.
Right.
That's what I'll say.
Okay.
Yeah, you literally get it once you get to the point where you can get the most recent stage of it.
Right, yeah. Because they've been...
Do I need to work on getting more of my weapons, thinking about it?
Because they've also been releasing,
Yay,
like, new
tombstones.
mounts and such like that as well, haven't they?
A little bit.
Yeah, they've had some new ones.
Yeah. Alrighty, so... Go up here.
I will say, I'm so glad that they increased the weekly tome cap now. They should have done it months ago, though.
Oh, did they increase it?
Yeah, it's now, now it's
900.
What the fuck?
Wait, what tome cap? Hang on.
Oh, it's not for poetics, it's for the current one, which is
it's-
comedies.
Yeah, it's because basically, whenever you're in the current expansion, there's 2 sets of tomestones you'll get. One that's an uncapped, and one that's a capped set. One that has a weekly cap.
Oh.
And the weekly cap one normally is, you can only get 450 each week.
Oh, where
kind of thing.
Where did he go? Oh, there's... I saw Xerix in my voice, because I saw their thing in my mind if I joined the VC, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But here's Tatsu. Hi.
Yay!
I talked my brother to let me borrow money, so I'm sub.
Yay!
The desperation. Good gracious child, where is your family? You should not be alone at a time like this. Run along home quickly now. Have you not heard? Though yet confined to the land across the sea, a terrible phenomenon affects our star. They are calling it final days. 'Tis said it starts suddenly. A How the fuck do I say that?
Cacophonous?
Cacophonous. Thank you, Thank you,
Yeah.
Sashera.
I was looking, I was like, I think that's how you pronounce that.
Yeah. Alright. And then I grab you, drag you in. There we go. There's Eric's.
Wow.
Wow. A cacophonous keening from beneath the earth. The sound distorts all living things within earshot and wrests from us control of our creation magics. Once that happens, all is lost. Fear, pain, despair, every dread impulse is siphoned from our minds and given substance. An eternal fall of fiery rain, an incessant spawning of nightmarish beasts. None can point to the source of the phenomenon. 'Tis as if the star itself has fallen ill, as if a force inimical to life now festers and spreads. 'Tis only a matter of time until Amarot, till Amarot too resounds to that discordant squall. God, that was a lot of words. You should stay with your loved ones, child. Stay with them. Alright, so that was
a freaking hand tracker.
Hi, Go. Thank you for resub.
hand tracking. Look at this.
Usually it's pretty okay, but today it's being difficult.
Do you have like any lasers and things like left on, like the lighthouses? Oh, I need to go this way.
Lighthouses?
Yeah, so because it's using like your hand tracking uses like an IR thing. So if you've got like a lighthouse, like for VR and such, they're just shooting a laser out rapidly in like, you know, 3-dimensional. So what will end up happening is like there's that, and then there's also the fact if you have any reflective surfaces like a mirror, it could also like fuck up either the laser or your IR.
Oh, I mean, I don't have VR, so probably not, no.
Okay, fair enough. I thought you would be one of those VR streamers by now.
I mean, I'd like to, but it's not something I can afford, unfortunately.
Fair enough. Maybe when, like, MetaQuest and Apple, you know, fight and shit like that, like, properly, you know, market competitive fight, then we'll get, like, cheaper prices on things. Because the MetaQuest 2 has only just gone down to, like, 500 American, but that's still quite costly for a VR headset that you still need, like, a link cable to make it worthwhile in VR chat for some models.
I've got the MetaQuest 2 on my throne for about $440.
US?
AED.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, you were saying like 500 US. I'm like,
no, it's more like 3.
Quest 2 isn't 500 US.
Oh, they
like how
I must
like
have gotten
right
the
now to
price
buy
down.
it from their website. Right now to buy it on their website, it's 350 Canadian.
Nice.
There you go.
Which would be even cheaper US.
Yep.
It's like 250, I believe. Let me check.
I might have to
The most
rehash it
expensive
again if
one
it's
that
going
they
to
should
be.
like, realistically, the one that should be like 500 should be the Quest 3.
Okay, yeah, so MetaQuest 3 is... Okay, so that's 800 Australian. MetaQuest 2 is...
Yeah.
430 Australian. Yeah, okay. Alright, okay, I got the prices
Yeah, like the
mixed up
Quest
then.
3 is 650.
Now it's telling
Canadian.
me it's 500 Australian. What the fuck?
The price will definitely... The price will alter, I find, on Amazon based off of... Like, they'll do, like, discounts randomly and such. So, it makes it difficult, because I remember seeing, like, a portable cooling fan thing for, like, $30, and now it's, like, jumped to 80, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's honestly very annoying.
Yeah. So,
Oh, okay. The 439 was AUD from their website, so
yeah,
that's why.
So
I've got it as a payout so that I can do it that way.
So yeah, the MetaQuest 3 and the whatsamahoozy, the Apple Vision Pro. It's interesting that both of them are kind of pushing into more of the AR stuff, which I'm gonna be real, probably wasn't something a lot of VR users were thinking was a desirable thing when we first wanted it and, you know, had Valve jump into the game with, like, all this extra nonsense.
I still say I don't care about AR.
Yeah, it seems to be currently having too much of a negative
It's more
effect.
of a gimmick than anything else, in my opinion.
I think the reason...
And that's why I ended up looking at the two.
Yeah.
I think the reason I don't think it's going to be a gimmick is just because of the simple fact that if you don't have the AR, you don't know, like, your space and what have you. Which is why they're like, oh, push everything away, create, like, your 3x3 meter space or what have you, so you don't bump into things. But with AR, we've already seen, like, all the crazy... Like, granted, there's, like, horror stories where it's like, oh, here's a dude in a Tesla vehicle, not driving, in the driver's seat, while the fucking like the MetaQuest or the Apple Vision is like
Apple
doing
Vision
its thing.
Pro.
Oh god.
Here's the thing.
Video like, oh god,
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
Even with how AR is, like, doing that is still stupid. Honestly.
Someone was already arrested while in a Tesla with the Apple Vision.
Oh, for
good.
fuck's sake.
They deserve to be fucking arrested if they're stupid enough to do that.
Exactly.
They really shouldn't be doing that. So, kind of deserved.
Remember that one time a guy died in a Tesla and the Tesla just kept driving with their dead corpse in it for a while?
What? That
didn't hear about that one.
When was this? I don't remember that ever happening.
I'm pretty sure that happened.
I'm gonna fact check that. That sounds like a
Yeah,
that sounds like a
check this.
Republican story of like, oh, there's a person that identifies as a cat that wants a litter box at school. That's a made-up story. There's no realism to that at all. So hearing, oh, a person died in a Tesla and kept driving. Tesla car driving dead person.
I found it.
Fiery crash maybe first full what?
Okay.
While using auto was watching Harry died in a fiery thing. One second, hang on. There's so alright, driving dead person still. Hang on.
Menace, hi. How's it going, hun?
Can Tesla Vision see dead people? Thank you.
I have my ways, Goat. Fox never reveals the secrets. It's good to see you too, Menace. Ugh. Mood.
Oh,
you said you found the article though?
Yeah. Oh my god.
Do you mind sending that to me? So.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Oh! Iru Bato, thank you so much for the follow. Hang on a second. Now I need to get my Discord. Just these fun little moments of. Alright, self-driving fatal crash. Let's have a look. Tesla worker may be the first full self-driving fatality. Was engaged during a fatal crash that killed the recruiter. gonna watch the video.
Yeah, keep scrolling down.
Was on their way to play golf. Suddenly swerved off Upper Bear Creek. The driver-assisted software was struggling to navigate the mountain curves, forcing him to repeatedly yank it back on course. First time it happened, I was like, is this normal? 5-mile drive on the outskirts, is that comfortable? Barred into a tree, exploded in flames. Tesla employee who survived the crash told emergency that Vaughn was using an auto drive feature on the Tesla. He just ran off the road. Was using full self-assisting, which, if true, would make his death the first known fatality involving... Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know why, but I thought what you were talking about was that, oh, someone died in the Tesla, and the Tesla kept driving or something like that. Like, it was just it was its own little hearse.
It could have.
No, this one's a case of it is it's possibly responsible for the actual death, because this was a collision without another driver. It was a collision, it was an impending collision, and the guy didn't drive into the tree. There's evidence of, prior to that, avoiding accidents.
Mm-hmm. And in another article, the wife says that of an employee who died, that they were supposed guinea pigs.
So he was drinking when it happened, so that's probably why he ran the autopilot, so then that way he wouldn't be responsible, but that's why they put it in the fucking rules and conditions with Tesla, where it's like, oh yeah, you can't use the Tesla full stop if you're intoxicated in case of this. But, why are they just build more trains? Fuck's sake.
They
Honestly,
also remind everybody to do the Valentine's Day event so you get the Love Honey book.
Oh yeah, I got that. Hang on, yeah. Shit, I'm in the middle of playing a game, and here I am researching Tesla. Alright, back to the thing.
That's what we call derailment.
Twould seem...
Sorry.
Twould seem the hall is host to a most precocious visitor this day, and what, pray tell, shall be the subject of our discussion, young one? Ah, the convocation and their handling of the coming peril. 'Tis only natural that you should have questions. Shall we begin with the members themselves? As all know, the 14 are the wisest and most puissant among us. They are the stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning. Sorry?
Oh, never mind. I was just chatting.
Stewards of order, responsible for decisions which keep this star turning, season after season. Be it the speaker, La Habrea, or the emissary, Eldebius, each seat is occupied by an elected sage of surpassing intellect. Hey, La Habrea. Lawgriff,
La Habred,
Mitron, Emmett Selch. Their individual titles have, as a gesture of respect and a matter of tradition, become synonymous with their incumbents. Thus it was... Oh shit, I'm moving the thing. Thus it is with great incredulity that I grant this recent rumor that a seat in the convocation is soon to be left vacant. If proven true, 'twould be an unprecedented development, and testament to the immense pressure under which our saviors are toiling. In any event, I, for one, am confident that they shall deliver our star unto salvation. Alright, cool. So, there's like 14 Asians and shit, and one of them might have, like, vacated their spot. Y'all having fun?
I love how ridiculous this mount looks with the with Hrothgar.
Yeah, it looks so comical.
So silly.
Yeah.
boom,
Yeah.
boom, little airplane going
Yeah, thank you, Arabato, for the.
Oh, there's
follow
another
again.
one that's also kind of funny with Froth. Which is this one.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, Ryan, did you have AC in the caravan, or did you just like melt? Please tell me you had some way of getting out of the heat
inside
this
of a
week.
TV now.
Oh gosh, that's actually impressive. Badoof in my chat says, I haven't left my room. I had a DoorDash delivered through my window.
Their window?
Oh my god, what?
The window.
That is a level
I have so many
of
questions.
sloth I wish I had the funds to do, but I'm on the 3rd floor
Ryan,
and
no.
the window does not open wide enough because there's a lock on. Like, I understand the point, like it's meant to prevent suicide, but you could at least give me the key so I can adjust the actual width of the window opening thing. I promise I'm not gonna jump out.
I've got flywire over mine, so it's a little bit difficult.
Oh, I absolutely wish I had flywire. So yeah.
I also have Ryan, who is a good friend of mine, is actually local to my area. Got a new position recently, and obviously we had heatwave number 1 this week. We've got heatwave number 2 starting up the next, like today/tomorrow. And he's living in a camper van.
Oh, no. Cat on a cat.
Ryan, you gotta look after yourself.
Wrong button.
He's apparently going to find some AC this weekend, thank God, but still.
Okay.
Oh shit, I didn't change it from just chatting. Thank you, Snow.
An audience with Emmett Selch? I'm afraid you have the wrong office, little one. And besides, he will be far too busy to field the questions of curious children. Surely you have been told of the looming catastrophe. Every resource available to the convocation must be spent upon ensuring our world survives. They have yet to make an unofficial announcement, but it is said the 14th are moving forward with a plan to scarce credible proportions, one which plans to grant will to the very star itself. Oh, they're creating a fucking what's-a-mahoozy, a primal, it sounds like. They will invoke.
I wonder who that could be.
I wonder who that could be. They will invoke our mightiest spell of creation to birth an entity of unencompassing magnificence, and then they will rewrite the laws of existence. 'Tis a huge undertaking, and it must be completed ere the corruption spreads this far. Thus I say to you again, do not hold out hope for an audience. Hey, look, there's a clerk.
I'm not, drop my fingers.
Oh my god, I have to, like, go all the way back down to... Oh my god.
I like how I've been live for, like, an hour, and Snow Pixie comes in and goes, this is some great just chatting. I'm like, I didn't change my fucking category.
Look, Final Fantasy is, like, one of the best RPing platforms. There's nothing better other than VR chat.
You did chant Resident Evil 2, and I did try Snow Pixie, but Desi is busy today, so there won't be any Resident Evil today.
Aww.
Later.
Alright. Why can't Alpha No just be back up to, like, either the Bureau of the Architect? It makes sense.
Nah, that'll be too easy.
Yeah, we got to explore more of this underground Art Deco magical city. Actually,
Yeah, but isn't it cool?
It is cool, but first question. Was this always, like, got air in it, or did it actually have water at one point? Because I thought, like, the area we were previously in, I feel like used to have water. And it
did.
And only very recently, because of the, like, the work of the Bismarck, did we, like, give it a bubble of air and shit. So we're kind of responsible for that terraforming. But this spot here, with, like, the city and shit, is this always gonna have air, or... is this also because of our recent terraforming biz?
You'll have to find out.
Yeah, when you're older.
questions of the game will be programmed. Hang on, I have this message as like one of my paste thingamadiggies, and I use it like so much whenever I'm in games that have like narrative things. All your questions will be answered by progressing the game. I should just have that as like a generic. That's my generic response. It's in the same level of Taskmaster when they get like when Alex Horn gives you like a task to do, and they're like, "Oh, can we do this?" And he's like, "All the information is written on the task." Grant.
Badu said there's a place to write down the description of what the home looks like. I just put 2 window on the right.
Grant, if I was not certain before, then I am now. The people of this city believe they face the end of the world. Oh my goodness, shocker. As if we didn't know that the last cutscene. I cannot imagine what purpose compelled Emmett Selch to recreate this ancient Amurat. And yet, I fancy I hear his words to us echoing throughout this ocean trench. He would have his story known. Okay, so I grabbed Battle Dance before, so I'm gonna grab Kite. Hey, we get an Aether Current with this one. Alphino is awaiting the return of your other companions. We can compare notes once the others return. Hopefully, then, our next move will become clear.
Have a good one, Ryan. I'll see you soon, hon. Stay
Good luck,
cool.
Ryan. So,
Why is it so hard to find you guys?
Yes.
I've just walked along this whole fucking area and I haven't seen you once.
Are you up to date with Shadowbringers / Endwalker nonsense, or?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
I am.
Okay, we're near the gatekeepers in the city, Tatsu.
Yeah, slowly but
Like the
surely I'm
elevator.
progressing. I've got 4 more missions, I think. 'Twould seem our conversations were much alike. A looming disaster, creation magics running rampant, and this convocations effort to bring salvation out of chaos. I suppose there was talk of little else in the time when these events came to pass. Oh wait, I'm taking your voice rolls. You should take your Stola's
Urianje, if I may, what are your thoughts on the ancient art of creation?
A fascinating discipline indeed. Aught the mind can convince may be rendered in reality. All that is required is a clear concept upon which to force one's will. 'Tis not dissimilar to the primal rites taught by the Asians, wherein ritual ceremony breatheth life into figments of myth and legend.
I see we would have arrived at the same conclusion then. The people who lived in the age before the Sundering were blessed with vast reserves of mana. No matter how draining these creation magics must be, it seems they paid the cost with naught more than a fraction of aether which can course through their own bodies. If we were to attempt the same, such spells would soon deplete our energies, and then seek to draw the balance from elsewhere, from a hoard of crystals mayhap, or from the very land itself. Thus, when this art of creation was placed into our hands, it became, in effect, a means for destruction.
An interesting matter, which no doubt bears further research, but despite all these revelations, I worry we are no closer to finding Emmett Selch. Has anyone learned aught what might lead us to his location? Savage, do you want to take on Thancred and his e-boy tone? Savage!
I don't know if I'd be good for Thancred, thinking about it.
Yeah. Alrighty then. Tatsu, you're Thancred.
Yeah.
You gotta be on point here. If there's voice lines to say and you're in the Discord, there might be a risk of having to voice some lines.
Not directly, mayhaps, but from what we've heard, it seems the convocation of 14 is sequestered in the nearby Capitol building.
Oh, Rain, that's another Sashera thing, because she can do voices.
God dang it.
Yeah, god dang it. Yes, you get
God
the
dang it.
voice lines of the girls.
Yeah, it was a fish. When we went to see it for ourselves, the attendant wouldn't let us through without a writ of permission. So we tried our luck at the Bureau of Administrator, where we thought the permissions might be issued, but the clerk there said he couldn't help us since our names didn't appear in the registry.
Tatsu?
And that was where we gave up. I wonder if the Grant, could you be eligible for one of these routes? The voice in the lift seemed to know who you were. It might be that your name is registered at the bureaus as well. Worth a look, I'd say.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, I'll head back to the capital and search for a less official point of entry just in case.
Pray allow me to accompany thee on thy reconnaissance. An arcane perspective may prove needful.
Eat sesh.
She got bonked on the head.
To my chat. Hang on.
What's going on in our chat? How's Sasha doing? Yep, fish is a trigger word. I am good snow, bit eepy, but good. I've yet to figure out how to get it to trigger more than once per chat. Fish.
Right now, if you want to throw multiple fish at me, you have to spam it in chat, but there's also a spam filter, so it doesn't work.
Yeah, no, fair enough. Anyway, we're up to Rain, which is your voice line.
I think I'd like to speak with more with the Asians. Maybe they know something that could help cure Grant's condition. Would you mind coming with me?
Of course, I don't mind. Just lead the way. Savage, you get to voice Alphino.
Oh my god.
Look, if you if you didn't want to do Then Creed the E-boy, you get to deal with Alphanut over here, the fucking teenage angst that didn't know how to do politics until Heaven's Ward. Please.
You'll find Badu. That's why it's a trigger word, because it's funny.
Is that saying anything, or am I just deaf?
His mic is very low, but
It's not that low, I don't think. I have races use your volume in the past. I'll put him up to like 25. Alrighty. Yep. Thank you, Watch, for telling me I'm running out of battery. Savage.
Savage, you there?
Is he? Hang on, what is he doing right now? Well, he should be right there. Alright, Xerix, you get to have Alphino.
Oh, even though I'm blocking part of the test.
Well, no, that's why that's why I'm streaming the game capture in the chat.
Oh.
I think ahead on these things.
Well, now my chat's just throwing fish at me constantly.
Oh, I'll throw fish while I'm waiting on Xerix to...
You can also throw ducks if you say duck, Grant.
Oh, okay, I'll do that.
Then Isola and I will busy ourselves with further exploration. There's surely more intelligence to be heard. And so we part ways once more. This time, however, let us reconvene in front of the capital.
Alright, we're all on our little tasks, and then I'm just doing whatever the fuck else. Alright. Look at all of you. Oh, look, there's Tatsu. Let's invite to party. If we go into a situation where I can only do a light party, we're gonna need to do. Oh, who the fuck did
Hi,
that?
barbecue.
That was me.
Why are you? Why are you giving me shit?
It's
Oh.
the Valentine's Day chocolates.
Oh, okay. Have an espresso.
Hey, we love espressos.
Yay. Alright, so what happens when I eat this chocolate? Ooh, it gives me vitality. Yay. I'll eat another white chocolate. There we go. Alright. Let's go! Yum. This is some lovely music. Oh, hey, a blue tick. Is this an important blue tick? Yes, it gives me an Aether crit. The patronizing Amoratani is struggling to conceal their disapproval of your attire. I must say, little one, those garments you're wearing, they are your own original concept, I take it? Clearly they must be, given their rather singular flamboyance. I would never dream of stifling a fledgling creator's creativity, but to parade around in your cultivated individuality is hardly praiseworthy. An Amoritine of character shares their creations with the community. They do not hoard them from their use alone. To delight in a disparity is a mark of morally deficient. Disparity engenders feelings of want and resentment, which degrades the bonds of fellowship. Thus do we encourage creators to share and share alike, else we risk rekindling the embers of covetousness. How the fuck am I supposed to say that? Covetousness.
Covetousness?
Yeah, I was gonna say covetousness.
Covetousness, yeah, that's...
Covetousness.
Covetousness.
Like
Covetousness. Covetousness. So it's like covenant.
Yeah, it's a covet.
Yeah, covetousness. Fuck's sake. Why am I being told by a communist how to share my wares? did you read his fucking thing? It's like, oh, we encourage to share things or else risk covetousness and violence that ever smolders in the heart of all. That is some commie socialist talk right there. That is some communist right there. Therefore, I must implore you, little one, to cast aside your original trappings and don the communal robes, that you must acquit yourself as an equal among many. In doing so, you will be afforded greater respect and autonomy. Worry not, for this will be a simple affair. I recall seeing a gentle soul outside the halls of rhetoric carrying robes perfectly suited for one of your diminutive stature. Fuck you! I'm above average height, thank you very much. Look at me.
Enjoy your coffee. Oh, I should probably get coffee soon too.
Ooh. I have vanilla. I have Pepsi Max vanilla. Yeah.
I just had Pepsi
How's the
Max.
flush not grand going, barbecue? Are you getting any good drops? Oh, a big stretch. Oh.
Alright, here we go. I am sure they will be glad to share their wealth with you. But do not hurry, little one. The eyes of the collective are ever watching and weighing your worth. Yeah, this is some dumb commie shit. They're like, oh, your attire does not suit the collective. I would implore you to join into the creative of the others by wearing the same robes as everyone else. You know what that sounds like? That sounds like some Russian shit right there of like, ah yes, we will all have the same clothes and the same diet and the same struggles. Fuck's sake. Oh, hey, and there's another thingy-majiggy over there. What the fuck was... Oh, that was just Sash and the big thingy-majiggy. Hey, another, blue tick. Oh, wait, that's the same blue tick. Never mind.
Some Scotch base creamer. Ah.
Oh, aren't we looking rather smart this evening? What can I do for you, little one? Yeah, I'm smart. I'm looking smart. I'm looking fresh. Look at me. Look at this drip. Granted, it's just the drip they give you at the beginning of Shadowbringers, but it's good drip. Robes to serve in lieu of your ensemble? Ah, how prudent. Alas, I have nothing I can offer you at this present time. The ones your associate saw me carrying earlier were a failed experiment. I neither intended to make them so small, so I disposed of them shortly thereafter. A failed experiment? By your bemused expression, I gather you find it odd that your elders can fail in so simple an application of creation magics? It is more common than you may realize, little one. In this instance, a gaggle of children was passing by as I held the image of the robes in my mind's eye. Simply by becoming aware of their presence was the form influenced and the final product changed. Oh, that's fucking cool. You just think up the clothes you want and you get them?
Yep, that's what creation magic is. It's pretty dope.
We like creation magic.
However, it is one for mild distractions, as this person is explaining.
Yes, because they were like, it was focusing in my mind's eye, and then the youths distracted me. The youths.
They saw small children, and now they are fit for small children. Well, damn it.
Yes. All things considered, it could have been worse. Just the other day, I was attempting to conceive a white-haired lion when all of a sudden, this exquisite eagle aligned on the nearby railing, giving me quite the shock and dramatically altering my initial concept.
Whoops, accidental griffin.
Yes, indeed. It was a most unexpected development, but not an altogether unwelcome one. Great strides are often born from unexpected mistakes. But even inspiration has its limits. For all the wonders we have wrought, I do wonder if there will come a time when we have fully explored the potential of our powers, when there is truly nothing left unmade, and only iterations and imitations and stagnation remains. Oh, the worry of there is nothing new under the sun and alterations. We'll never hit that. If AI has demonstrated us anything, we won't. We are going to come up with some real fucked up nonsense. I didn't think I was going to see Garfield in BDSM gear, but lo and behold, someone's drawing Garfield in BDSM gear.
It's a valid point.
I mean, there's now very convincing videos being made by AI.
Debatable on the convincing, but you are correct.
Well, it'll definitely get people torn too about what is and isn't real.
Oh yeah. That one I feel like is our biggest issue with AI, is just the fact that, much like how, you know, the evolution of like, written word, we had to like say whether, like, we couldn't just rely on historians of like, I just made up the fucking military numbers. It's totally 10,000 people at this fight and shit. But then in modern history, it's like, no. You need to give us facts, receipt, and sources for this number. I feel like with AI, like, we're having to now revisit, like, how do you, like, especially on the internet where, technically speaking, credentials in order to be on the internet is none. Like, how are we supposed to be able to accept like what is written or projected or voiced as being, you know, real
fact as opposed to imagination?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
it's just gonna...
And that problem arises because of the whole every voice being equal on the internet. There is good in voice being equal on the, like, you know, equal balance and what have you when it comes to, like, first, or, like, you know, being able to give those who are normally given, like, lesser voices and such, but it's now opened up the way since 2016 and earlier to, you know, uncredible voices, you know, being given the same weight as, you know, peer-reviewed and what have you, which is why we've had, like, anti-vax movement, the Russian voting interference. Everyone thinks the Russian interference vote was, like, supposed to be it's meant to be they actually changed the results of the election. That wasn't the entire point of the Russian interference. The Russian interference was just to undermine the process. So it reduced the number of people who would do the vote. It would change people's minds on who they would vote for. They didn't fucking care who was winning it. Just the fact that people did not trust in the process, which is why
Sipping Time sponsored by Sir Dragonx88.
Yeah.
I'm so kid, guys. My brother just called me. Was like, "Yeah, you were throwing for Macca's," and apparently Macca's does an adult Happy Meal now, so I'm getting that.
You're getting there's an adult Happy Meal?
What? Hold up.
Yeah, there is.
It comes with like a collectible toy too. It's not like a cheap toy. It's meant to be like a collectible thing.
Okay, so just to clarify, so instead of like getting, say, a hamburger, you get like a quarter pounder with a toy, or is it still a hamburger and you just pay a premium for the collectible?
You can get a Big Mac or 10 nuggies. You get the chips and the drink as well, and then you get the toy.
And then you get a collectible. What the fuck?
That's incredible.
I hate that that's ingenious. I hate that that's genius. I hate that that's genius.
It's so annoying because it's like McDonald's has looked at 25% of toys are purchased by adults for themselves. It's like, we could sell.
They're aware, and I hate it.
Yeah. God damn
they
capitalists.
Consumers. They know their consumers too well.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Oh yeah.
Fuck shit, damn it.
In Japan, there's actually McDonald's is finally have got Kirby toys.
What kind of toys? Sorry,
So-
we're kind of breaking up then.
Kirby.
Kirby.
They finally got. Yeah.
Nice.
Kirby toys.
For now, I would encourage you to embrace your creativity and work your magics without fear of failure. Nevertheless, it would still be in your best interest to don the appropriate robes to avoid excess scrutiny. Why don't you go to the Bureau of Architect and request the appropriate concept so you can fashion one yourself? Oh, just willy-nilly invent my own fucking, what's-a-mahoozy, outfit.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to use creation magics. Just
I'm a
aren't you just make up
child
your
to
own
these
shit?
people.
Yeah, you still have creation magics. Just fucking come up with your own shit.
Alright, greetings, little one. Come to debate, and at such a young age. How wonderful. Shall we retire to the benches and settle on a topic? I'm not going to debate with them right now. Apologies for jumping to conclusions. This one doesn't sound as important. I'm hoping I get robes. The other one sounds cool. I sound like I could get robes. Alright, so debate and discourse is in that one. I need to go into the Bureau of the Architect. Wait, am I going the right... No, I'm not going the right way. This way.
Oh, right.
Yeah, no, barbecue. That's why I'm over here while Grant's doing MSQ. I'm just like, I'm gonna sneakily do the Valentine's thing real quick.
we gotta get the love
Kerwood's
heart before
Frostbox.
it goes away on the 20th.
No, you gotta get the love heart before it goes away and then comes back a year later for $20. Fucking.
Yeah.
I mean, it won't be $20. It'll be like 6, but still.
I remember starting this game, and I was like level 10 or something when they started the Final Fantasy 15's collaborative thing again. So I missed out on the first one, but the second one went off. But I wasn't at a high enough level, and I wasn't playing this often enough, so it went away, and I was just like, damn it! So now I have to pay money if I want to get the car.
I sent you an image of the meal grid, as well as Sash. Did anyone else want to see it?
Thank you.
Oh.
Bureau of the Architect, are you in need of assistance?
I mean, the collectible's kind of cringe, but I guess.
Listen, it's a chicken nugget dressed up as a character.
Yeah, it's kind of cringe.
It's not the only toy you can get. There's multiple different ones.
Radio.
It's on Xbox when I hit this. Oh, is the Xbox trial for 14 coming out next week?
Ooh.
Fuck yeah.
That'll be an interesting influx.
Mm-hmm.
Picture a bouquet of fresh, fragrant flowers in the color of a rainbow. Picture the self-same flowers formed of delicate crystal, impossibly fragile and radiating hues beyond the visual spectrum. Every day, our people push the boundaries of imagination to conceive new and striking designs like these. But there are limits to what a single individual can... Okay, this isn't the clothing one. Never mind.
I don't want the robot one touch.
Okay. Valid.
Concepts are approved for wider distribution, of course. Dangerous, subversive creations pose a risk to everyone, and so it is only after a comprehensive evaluation, after a concept is judged to further the greater good, that we permit it to be shared with the community. Sounds like you're policing my thoughts. They're policing my thoughts! Just because I can create it into reality. Absolute despair. There is some 1980s Red Scare going off here. Concept clerk, are you gonna give me robes? Welcome to the Bureau of the Architect, little one. Here to request a concept for personal use? If so, what concept do you have in mind? Ah, communal robes. That will be but a moment to prepare. But before I fill your request, I should caution you. Pardon me for asking, but your creative potential is, relatively low. We are trained to assess these things, and I fear that you do not possess the ability to express this concept in physical form. It's almost as though you completely lack it, though that can't possibly be. But, regardless of the reason, you needn't worry. We have special tools that may be used to address this very eventuality. I will furnish with you an etheric robe you can use to restrain one of the misbegotten cupsies that congregate in the plaza north of the Academia Ender. You will need to weaken your quarry before you can... Alright, cool. So that one wants me to bind and restrict someone. What does this thingamadiggy want me to do? Bam. Hello, little one. So rare it is of one of your size roaming around. Come to learn of the Bureau. I could not care. You're not gonna give me robes. Moving on. There we go. Alrighty. Slowly but surely we are going to solve.
Do the cute emote.
Yes! Hang on, I need to demonstrate. So this is the emote that Sashara is trying to get.
I love the hard emote so much. That's just so good.
But it looks so good on my character.
Did you see me doing it to you? I did it to you when I gave you the
You
chockies.
did? I was sorry. I was probably distracted. I'm sorry. I was sorry.
Just absolute distraction.
I'm very much in full ADHD today. I'm just like, yeah. And yeah, Barbecue, this is Grant's first playthrough, so he is tail end of Shadowbringers at the moment, which is very exciting.
Yep. Yep. Tail end. Hang on. It's the adult that we need to talk to next. I'm doing all the blue ticks real quickly so I can get like the Aether Currents, so then that way when I get Shadowbringers, like the actual mission done, I can then fly around this place. Just holy fucking shit, this place is massive. There we go. And then talk to that person over there. My god, oh god damn it, I can't navigate. I swear I can navigate, chat. You took a bit, but updated your security settings via your advice. Oh, great advice, Himbo. Not to worry, Wild Saber. Hopefully you'll have like a much better experience in the future, and you won't get like any stalking nonsense and such. Let me give you a shout out real quick. because I see you dropping in the Discord mentioning that you're streaming and such, which is really awesome. I hope you're having a wonderful time with that. Mischievous playthings.
Yeah, that's what I just did. I haven't done any of the ticks in this area either.
Oh, hang on.
Tatsu.
Well, I fly when I want to fly. And apparently it's never.
You're the same as Dan. Dan's just like flying. I'd have to go and do work for that.
Exactly. Exactly, Dad gets me. Look, key, one of the early reasons why I bought a level skip at one point was because I wanted to fly. I was like, I don't want to go do all these fucking side quests. Let me fly.
And now here we are. You have to like follow me around until I get to like a dungeon or a raid.
Hey, it's giving me a reason to start to learn how to fly in this area.
Wow. Oh my god, that's so cute.
There we go. All right.
Also, Sash, I added the love honey emote to my hopper. It will never
Hell
leave me.
yeah.
The what, honey?
The love heart emote.
Oh yeah. I have all my emotes like, or I have a number of emotes like on the right side here. So I've got like the different dances, the tombstone, love heart, All Saints Charm. I've got that available from Halloween.
Oh yeah.
So
I don't think I have that one.
So that one came from Halloween, where it's like you have like a wand and it's like bippity boppity boo, and then it like does a burst of pumpkins.
I think I missed that one, and that makes me sad.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you get through the Fall Guys stuff at least?
I got the jacket.
Nice.
It's the basically the only piece I wanted.
No, fair enough, fair enough.
I think there was one or two pieces I didn't get from Fall Guys, but I'm not super upset about it.
Yeah,
I'm happy that they ended up bringing it back.
I'm not too worried with it, so... Appears to be utterly deaf to you and please for attention. There we go. Sorry, I'm just like going through this tick real fast. Do not travel to Caledonia. Thank you for the... What did you just throw at me, Xerix?
Oh,
It's,
you're at the same spot.
a gulong.
Very nice.
Basically, I forget what it's actually based on. I think it's like, you know those, dust clouds that are thrown at, like, events and such?
Vaguely, yes.
Yeah, it's like that.
Okay, fair enough. Alrighty. Liquicious Emerald. Get through these boutiques, these aren't important as the road one.
Yeah. Do I prefer hot or iced coffee? Honestly, I'm more of an iced coffee kind of person, but I take either.
Iced. I live in Australia. We don't need hot coffee in a hot climate. Give me iced.
Iced coffee.
Who the fuck is having hot coffee in fucking like 27+ degree weather?
Well, in the winter it's nice, but this is not winter.
Not even in the winter is it worth it? Because guess what? It's still hot in winter. All right, don't be gaslighting people. Winter is not winter. Winter is still hot here.
I prefer iced coffee, but whenever I go over my pops, he's like, "Yo, you need a drink? Here, have a hot coffee. Here, have a hot coffee." And I'm too nice to be like, "I'm fine. I don't need any more coffee." So I just drink the hot coffee.
Sorry for the
like,
pressure.
thank you, Pop.
Thank you, Pop. So yeah, no, I can't. Like, I tried. Like, if my dad, because he used to do like barista nonsense for a bit between jobs, and he's now got like this crazy coffee machine at home. So when he makes coffees, though, I normally go for a latte, but that's because I don't have the heart to be like, could you put like ice cubes in it and everything like that? Like, what happens at work?
Great, I'm so sad.
Why are you so sad?
The mission didn't give me clothes.
What?
I got 0 clothes.
Disappointed.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Badoof's just like, I can see snow out my window, and I'm like, I would love snow right now.
I would love
I've
that
always
too.
wanted to see snow. I've never seen it other than on TV.
Damn.
It's pretty cool. Haha.
New South Wales never gets it unless you're like up high in the mountains.
I mean, I haven't seen it in Perth, but I have been to Canada a couple times.
Yeah, I've seen it in Canada and the States because of visiting there for family. One of my best times in the States has always been when I've gone there and the days feel like, you know, like there's nothing, like it's like a Seinfeld episode of like nothing to do, there's no big event, there's no wedding or some shit. Instead, it's like visiting my grandfather during Christmas, and the days that are not holiday, we're just, you know, at home and relaxing. He used to live in a place called like Great Falls, which is like, I didn't realize until like, you know, a few years later because of like how big the homes were and such. That is a crazy nice place to be in Virginia.
I don't know if this is the right word, but Xerix has a whole fucking gondola as a map.
Oh yeah, it's a hippo with a
Yep.
I'm trying to remember the name of the, because it reminds me of the carts in Vietnam that are like, you know, towed by someone.
This something Shaw.
Oh shit! A highlighted message.
also Sash.
Mm-hmm.
I may have bought 1,000 of each of the chocolates.
Why so many chocolates?
Why not?
Because I gotta give people love hot chocolates.
Do you think you would have purchased 1,000 chocolates in real life?
Yes.
If I had the fucking money, yeah.
Okay. If I had the money, I would not be doing that. But dude,
what planet are you living on? I'd go for 1,000 hollow hot chocolates.
If I have like the wealth, I'm not purchasing 1,000 chocolates. Okay, I would purchase like.
Why not?
Because chocolates, there's like a limit and there's a shelf life to them. Like I would go.
Have a shelf life.
I mean, it depends on how they're.
It depends on the chocolate.
Let's be real. If it's in Australia, if it's in Queensland, there's a shelf life on all the foods.
You don't keep your shit in the fridge?
Yeah, but like, okay, right now, for instance, the Tim Tams I have are not in the fridge right now, but that's because I haven't opened them. Because the Tim Tams aren't like they shouldn't be hard or anything like that.
But when you go to touch, they're gonna be all melty.
Hang on, I need to use
hot.
the thingy. There we go.
They're just gonna melt on your fingies because
they're not gonna melt on my fingies.
Yes, they are.
They will.
I will get these They're not even opened, okay? I'm gonna get these Tim Tams, and I'm gonna prove you wrong. Give me a second. let me get my.
As soon as you pick up any of those Tim Tams, you're going to have a fingerprint on the Tim Tam and chocolate on your fingers.
Okay, no. Okay, fingerprint on the Tim Tam is one thing. Chocolate on the fingers is another, okay? Chocolate on the fingers is when it's too far. Fingerprint is just a, you know, fun perfection thing, alright? I'm getting a Tim Tam.
I like how we've gone again from derailing the game to talking about random.
And he walked into a wall.
I was busy getting Tim Tams. I was getting Tim Tams. I couldn't.
I just imagine the warrior like being like, my face hurts, and you were talking about fucking Tim Tams.
Alrighty. I have the adult happy. Wait, do I have a napkin? Yes, I have like a multi-fiber cloth. Alrighty then. So, hasn't been opened. Alrighty, first one.
They don't have me look so good.
There is no chocolate on my fingers when I'm rubbing the bottom, but there is a little bit of. Oh wait, hang on.
There you go. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you have to say. That's what you have to say.
So when you're holding the Tim Tam and you bite it in half, Or are you just one of those people that shoves the whole thing in your mouth because you like it?
They're bite-sized. You put the whole thing in your mouth.
What do you mean bites? Okay. I'm talking about actual Tim Tams here.
Yeah,
like
no,
the
the Tim
where you
Tams-
have to bite it in half.
No,
you're holding it with your fingers long enough. You're going to leave imprints, and you're going to end up with chocolate on your fingers.
No,
The only way to eat
you
Tim
don't
Tams
need
is
to bite it in half. It's the perfect size to just put one in your mouth and have that.
But the only way to eat a Tim Tam is to bite the corners off and sip coffee through it.
No.
Exactly.
No. That's a style. Like the Tim Tam Slam, and what's more is I'm gonna be real with you. If the Tim Tam Slam was more popular, Tim Tam would have made a longer like thingy-madiggy instead of us, because like really the true way of doing a Tim Tam Slam equivalent is you get those the things with the long, they're like, it's a wafer but a chocolate, it's a swirl but it's like a straw. What is Sash doing?
You just described 4 different things that I'm confused.
All right,
yeah, you really did.
Okay, give me a sec. Actually, I'm gonna get another Tim Tam. Hang on a second.
The adult way is cursed as fuck. You can take the hair and the clothes off, so it's just a nugget with a face.
The fuck, why?
Huh?
You can just make it a face. I'm gonna take a photo of this.
I'm glad you're enjoying the fish battles.
Oh yeah, Zeebs.
Yep.
The vehicle that you were thinking about earlier, it's a rickshaw.
Rickshaw radio.
Yep.
Hang on, like, the candies, the ones that are not the little not the chocolate finger things. Hang on. Okay.
You talking about the rainbow, like the chocolate, strawberry, vanilla wafer thing?
No. Chocolate wafer tube. The one that when you get one, you pretend it's a cigar. Corinthians.
Oh, the fucking candy cane looking thing.
All right, hang on a second. Oh,
okay, I
damn
gotta
it,
see
the
this.
image didn't work. Hang on. I have to download this image because it might not be called Corinthians, but I'm gonna share this on stream and you'll know exactly.
No.
You'll
Look
know
how
exactly
cursed
what
that
the
is.
fuck I'm talking about.
That is cursed as fuck.
What is?
I'll send it to you.
Okay. You can send it into the Zebra's streaming chat, because if I invite you in here, you're given a temporary role, so then that way you can also stream, send messages, and what have you. I found a bot that does, like, automatic roles based off of VCs. But yeah, alright, so I've sent it into the, I've sent it into the Discord stream for the peeps in there. And now I'm gonna share it to the rest of the stream. All right.
There you go.
Okay. Oh my god.
There we go. These are called Corinthians. I had a housemate that absolutely loved these. Guess what?
You know what they were?
That if Tim Tam Slams were more popular in Australia, Tim Tams would make an equivalency of this.
But I always Tim Tams with my Tim Tams.
Actually, Zeebs. Here in this, I don't know if you guys got it as well in the past, but here in the States, we used to have cereal straws and such.
What?
I am not kidding.
Oh wait, was that the fucking the straws where you had like the little beads and it's like if you wanted a chocolate flavored milk, but then you just put the fucking straw in and then you got that
like
shit.
with Fruit Loops or or Cocoa Krispies.
Okay.
I once had like a picture of a cow as the mascot.
That's interesting. And also, Sash, you just reminded me of the fucking advertisements for those fucking chocolate strawberry milk straws and such.
My god.
They had a fucking cow. They had and they like presented an udder and everything. This is just
oh my god, I'm having flashbacks.
That's not what I was thinking of, Zerix. Zerix just posted the chat.
Yeah.
Also,
okay, those
also
are
great. Did you see the cursed nuggets?
I saw the cursed nugget. That's not a nugget you can eat though, right? That's just the
It's a toy.
That's the toy. Okay.
It's
But yeah,
cursed as fuck.
the cereal straws, I feel like if you're really pressured, yeah, you can get away with that, but But like, my point still stands. If Tim Tam Slams were more popular, we'd get like a Tim Tam equivalent of that. Like, honestly, Arnott's. Hey, Arnott's, come here. If you're like an Arnott's executive or some shit like that, you don't have to make them like super long like the Corinthians. Just make them twice as long, and make it so that like the chocolate, and just make it so it already has like a little slice thingy-majiggy on it. I reckon you're onto something. No, I'm not close. How close do I have to be at this desk? Like, I can't even I can't even fucking see him from the desk. Look at this. The child is just like, please, sir, and the child can't see an adult.
Did I not update the thing?
A visitor's right. Yes, I can assist you. Full name, please. GrantZeebs. Please wait near the counter while I confirm your details. Oh, I have to like stand here as if I'm in a fucking queue.
Yep.
Why are you in a lantern?
One of the mounts that you killed.
That was for Yokai Watch, wasn't it?
That one, no.
It does look like a yonkai.
No, it's a Halloween one because I missed it.
GrantZeebs, your application is ready for collection. Can I even like get? I can't even get up on the counter.
Nope. Not unless you cut it. Well, even then, you're technically not on solid ground.
Yeah. As your residency was approved by Emmett Selch himself, further forms of identification will not be required. Here are your application documents. Submit them at the Bureau of the Secretariat and the clerk will issue you with a visitor's right to the capital. Oh my goodness, it's like immigration. Holy fucking shit. You can't get anywhere unless you have an inside man. Also, hi there, Sage. Why is there a person floating in a bacteria? That's a yonkai. And see how it's like a lantern thing?
I'm trying to remember the specific type of yokai this is.
Yeah. The yonkai are weird though. Don't worry too much about it. There's like one that like is born from your butt or something like that and turns into a weird frog goblin thing.
Oh, Kappa. But it doesn't actually I don't think I should even say it on stream.
So
I love this Valentine's quest so much.
Yeah. How are you doing in the Valentine's Day quest?
Oh,
you're going like the full mile, are you? I just went for the love heart and that's it.
Yeah, no, watching the main chick's betrothed just fucking die on the spot is funny as shit.
Lol. All right,
she thought he was cheating on her, so she confronted him, and he's like, "Oh my god, it's as if the Fury hath presented herself before me in her gorgeous and beauteous form. I am overwhelmed with joy." And I'm like, "Bruh." Like, she's so mad that he potentially cheated on her.
Oh my
and she's just sitting there going, "My god, the Fury hath awakened in you, my love, and it is glorious."
Masochists.
And then she just did the fucking heart emoji and he collapses like, I cannot bear it, it is so divine and gorgeous.
Oh, I need to find you the tweet that someone did of the love heart. Hang on a second. I think it must be in my meme somewhere, I swear. Hang on.
Oh, okay, so that's sexy.
Let me find it real quick. Okay, it's not that far back. Okay, I'm gonna need to go to my... I'm gonna need to go through my Twitter likes, which is gonna... Hang on a second.
We're gonna be here hours.
Love beam. Where is it? No, can't find it there. Hi, Angrel!
Hey, Angrel!
Oh my gosh. Badoof has gone through the alphabet with fish. to throw fish at me, and now they're going, time for 100 fish.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Jeez. I need to fix the multiplication. Grant, you're smarter than me. How would I fix it?
The multiplication. I don't know.
Like, the command is basically it checks the chat message for the word, but it only checks once.
Oh.
So I don't know how you check for multiple instances in order to make it through multiple.
I think your only option is to... You'd have to somehow grab the collection of words as an array, and then you would
This is through Vignan as well.
Oh, it's through Vignan, not StreamerBot? Okay, that's gonna be even harder to do, I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, no, I know. There has to be a way to do it, because it's like... Where's Vignan? It's like, compare text is the operation contains or doesn't or equals, whether it be case sensitive or insensitive. The text value has to be message, but I'm assuming you could change that. It's text or parameter input value, and then the text or parameter value to compare the input value to. So I've got it as contains, case insensitive, a message, and it looks for the word fish. And then it throws a fish.
Okay, I found the thingy-majiggy. Hang on a second. I'm gonna drop it into memes. And then... Is there a way for me to... Right, here we go. Browser. Twitter. And then I'm gonna paste this in. Hit OK.
There's so many fish. All I hear is the fish slap.
Alright. Kill him with kindness? Wrong. Pipe bomb. And like, look at...
Oh. Actually, I got one that's even worse.
It's so funny. Here's the thing, though. I don't think the boobies can get that big. That's the thing that gets me.
In which case, it'd probably be modded.
We will not speak any further, so I do not get anyone in trouble.
Exactly.
I can't believe it.
Flashbang.
Flashbang.
I just love how it's just like pipe bomb, and it's just like, pew! And I just love how they use the fucking, like just the noise of like the squeaky toy for it as well to keep in line with the whole like love heart thing.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I'm getting raided, and it's by unnamed after they went through a whole ton of Helldivers 2, and they're demanding my leg. No, you do not get my leg.
Okay then.
They're a hyena. It's a joke.
What if instead unnamed we steal your leg?
I think what happened is that they lost their leg because of, Helldivers.
No, they're a hyena, and I'm a Z. Think less.
Think
less leaps of logic, okay?
I'm too logical for that.
What do you mean you're too It's simple. I'm a zebra. They're a hyena. The hyena wants my leg because they want delicious zebra meat.
I used to have a similar
I'm surprised
relationship
it's the
to
leg,
a
honestly.
Fox VTuber. I used to follow because I used to be a rabbit. I'd be like, no kill.
No kill. So yeah, so it's like when Kahlua is like, give me that leg, boy. Hey, god damn it. Unnamed stole my shirt again.
Oh god, I got the cubist flash.
But yeah, right now I'm just going through my... Okay, ignore the fact that it's the afternoon for me. I'm going through MMO night. And joining it, thank you for the hyper himbo, joining me in the VC is Sashera, Tatsu, and Xerix. I should...
Hey!
Hello.
I should probably edit my thingy-madiggy so it actually has their names. Hang on a second. Tatsu? Why can't I see? Hang on, I'm gonna have to...
Wait a second, I'll type in your chat for you.
Oh shit, we made it to 50 fish.
Woo! And... Xerix. Jaeger. There we go. Done.
My pringles are all mushy.
Zarek, yeah, you go. Hi there, Mr. Barbecue. Alrighty then. Next, please. Alright, here is my immigration form. Please let me in. Visiting the capital, are we? Please take a seat. Your name will be called once your application has been processed.
I think someone went a bit.
I almost thought for a second you were actually sitting down then. So yeah.
In a way, I am.
But yeah, I just read. Wait, you can have my thighs. I don't want your thighs unnamed. I want your boobies. I'm a very simple man of simple desires, and I want boobies. It's very. True. Oh my god, I'm a little man. Oh wait, no, I'm getting my aneurysm.
I was gonna say, how do you feel about you know, turning into a Zenita?
Slowly but surely, I'm not liking it. May I? I look so fucking tiny.
Great, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
My chat is assaulting me with fish.
Get fished.
There, have a duck instead of a fish.
I need to replace duck with I wanna make a squeaky chicken. I wanna make a rubber chicken.
Rubber chicken?
Mm-hmm.
And then you should make it.
Oh, that's another art project that I keep completely forgetting about.
I'll slot that in again under like your next, like that's your 14th or something.
If you're gonna do that, you should make the water to make it throw nuggies.
Yeah, but it's the squeaky.
I reckon I could make a chicken nugget in Blender.
Chicken nugget wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, like it would.
I made the egg like pretty quick.
Yeah, so like the chicken nugget would probably have like a lot of crazy like texture detail, but then I would just need to bake it down into like a random shape or something like that. You, I think, are you from a time beyond ours? Have you followed in the wake of Emmett Selch? Well, this is the first time someone's picked up on us being from the future. Nay, there is no cause for alarm. I am simply a shade, here and not here. I know only that my name is Ithlodius, and that this city is a recreation, a phantom moment plucked from the well of history. Am I saying that right? Hythlodius?
I think it's Hythlodius. Yeah. Yeah, it's Hythlodius.
Also Zarek. I'm just gonna say that looks like an anime finishing move.
There's a tri-beam solved.
These others seem unaware of their pale existence, but I wonder if Emmett Selch's mind was distracted when it came to my reconstitution. A stray thought would have been enough. Hydelus will realize the truth, for example. We were close friends once, you see. Oh. Nice. Yet, in spite of my perception, I play the same role as all the rest. A bit part, meant to bring color and noise to this well-crafted stage. Too much scrutiny, and we shall burst like the fragile bubbles we are. Thus, I tell you again, my presence is not to concern you. I wish only to share your company whilst we wait. Oh hey, there's more giants. If you've come this far, then you know of the catastrophe which awaits us on our morrow. The final days they're talking about. The final days. What began as isolated incidents soon swelled into a world-spanning threat. The Convocation of 14, well, it was 13 at the time, endeavored to create a will for our star. They would repair the fundamental laws of order and halt the spread of destruction. But creation on such a scale required an immense source of power. Of those of us who still lived, nearly half offered up their lives in the name of salvation. And from their sacrifice, Zodiark was born, and just as we had hoped, he reached forth and halted the March of Oblivion. Yet oh, how the star had suffered. So many species lost. The land was blighted, the waters poisoned, and even the wind had ceased to blow. Once more did our people give unto themselves to Zodiark. Another half of our race sacrificed to cleanse the world, to ensure that trees and grass and myriad tiny lives would sprout and grow and flourish. The cycle of life has begun anew, and reconsidered the means by which we might protect it. The Convocation decided thus: we would nurture our world until it was bursting with vitality. Then, when the time was right, we would offer some portion of its living energy to Zodiark. In return, he would restore to us those brethren whose soul had fed his strength, and together we would resume our role as stewards. There were, however, those who disagreed with this plan. They argued that enough had been sacrificed to Zodiark, that this new world should belong to the lives newly born. These dissidents surrendered their life energies in the creation of Hydaelyn, an incantation of opposing belief. And for the first time in history, our people stood divided. Know you, then, how this conflict ended? Sounds like the Nauseous in the Valley of the Wind by Studio May? I don't know. I've not seen that Studio Ghibli film. I've only seen, like, 3. I've seen Howl's Moving Castle, my favorite, Spirited Away, and Ponyo. Those are the only 3. Oh, and, Princess Mononoke, sorry, 4. I've watched 4 Studio Ghibli films.
Nausicaa's a pretty good one, actually.
Sorry?
Nausicaa is a pretty good one, actually.
I'll add it to the list. Lord knows I could watch a few more things, and like Studio Ghibli, I feel like is like one of the better, you know, it's an anime film that isn't just opinions of the West apply to like anime. It's like an actual like oh no, this actually fits in with their unique beliefs and their plights and what have you. So, because
I can, oh, sorry.
Go on.
I will say, Sage, you're not really missing out on much with Grave of the Fireflies because it's a complete 180 from the usual tone that Ghibli does. I've seen it once, and that was plenty. It's incredibly dark, like extreme levels of dark, even. But I could be wrong. I think Nausicaa is one of their originals, like one of their earlier films. I could be wrong on that though.
No, it's not letting me add to the list. God damn it. All right, I'll do that another time. Someone just send me a direct message about the Valley of the Wind.
I thought as much. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, there he is. Why
My
is
boy.
he small? Like, Emmett Selch has ever been a champion for the will of Zodiac. The original plan may have been set back by millennia, but he will have not abandoned his course. He will pay the price for our return by whatever means necessary. And though he may carry himself with a certain glib ease, Emmett Selch is not a man to bear his burdens lightly. In fact, I imagine they have only grown heavier with each passing century.
That's interesting to look. Apparently, Princess Mononoke is 25 years old now.
Oh, damn.
Shit.
On July 14th, they're gonna have it in the movies for a little bit of time to celebrate it.
Nice. Hang on. I got hungry and I took a Tim Tam.
There you go, Skull.
I was trying to like stealthily open my packet. I don't know how successful my stealth was.
I did.
We didn't hear you open the packet, but we heard your mouth full of the biscuit.
Yeah, fair enough. 'Tis truly a terrible weight he has chosen to carry. GrantZeebs. Yay. My immigration officer is near. It seems your turn has come. Pray do not let me keep you. You love the relationship between the real-life insects and the toxic forest bugs found within Nocia? Okay.
It's a really interesting storyline.
That's cool. I quite liked Howl's Moving Castle. It was a very... Like, it's a fairly Disney plot, like, let's be real, because it's a case of, like, oh, this man and a woman, like, they're forced into this circumstance, a relationship blossoms, and it, like, leads to the end of the war and such, which I think is really great, because the few times studio, like, Miyazaki ever deals with war shit, it's normally in the frame of, you know, it's not good, it's pointless. And it's interesting that he does that, and then he has also on the same side, like, all these really strong female characters. Not, like, strong of, like, oh, yay, me strong herbo. It's like, no, these are, like, emotionally strong and, like, you know, it's like the grandma in Summer Wars, where, she's very much integral to the community, and so much, like, gets done thanks to, like, both to her, you know, will and her communications. So, have you seen Summer Wars?
Nope.
It's good. Digimon did a parody of it, technically speaking, but Summer Wars, like the original one, is pretty good.
Oh,
fair enough.
Wasn't it with like Omnimon and Diaboromon?
Yep. So, okay, so if you guys didn't know, Digimon made technically Digimon made 3 movies, but when it was released in the West, they put the 3 movies into one. So so the first movie was how the Digimon actually entered into our real world, and that was where we got, you know, and that's the background story for why, oh, the Digidestins, like, because they all were the children that saw Agumon turning into Greymon and fighting the bird. I can't remember the bird's name. So that's the first movie.
What was it again? Go.
Yeah. So that's the first movie. The second movie is a parody of Summer Wars, where it's after the events of the first Digimon season. It's fantastic, but go watch Summer Wars. That one is still just as good, and it has, like, it has quite a bit of emotion to it, and plus, like, the women in the movie are just absolutely fantastic characters. And then the third movie for the Digimon, like, movie is during the events of the second season, I want to say. So, because you have, like, the Digimon in the real world with them and shit, and then they're dealing with, you know, and there's, like, Digi-Eggs and Golden Armor Digivolve and shit, so. It's fantastic.
It really is.
Hmm.
Just, I am annoyed with how the West handled Digimon because they kind of also cut stuff out.
That happens a lot, and it's really annoying because it's one of those cases of they're cutting it preemptively because of concerns, which I think is like it's one of the more annoying things. Like I remember the guy who created Gravity Falls, he did this one year. He got a collection of emails and he voiced over them, where basically it's him getting a response back from Disney's family-friendly council or something like that, saying, hey, I need you to not use this phrase or don't use this word because it can connotate like something or other. And it's like for real dumb shit, like the early bird owl or some nonsense like that. Anywhoosies, I'm getting distracted again. Damn it, I'm getting distracted. There was one last thing. You walk with another at your side, yes? He's talking about Ardbert. I love how we both turn. Nay, I see no definite form, just the faintest suggestion of a second soul. I doubt it visible to anyone but me. Otherwise, I assume only you can see and hear this ethereal companion. Your connection is hardly a coincidence. In our time, the two of you were one. The colors of your souls tell the tale. Oh, that's interesting.
Really?
So
so
that's why there's our connection, is because he's not like a warrior of light coincidentally while we are a warrior of light. He's a warrior of light because of us being a warrior of light, and that we've both... This is... I love the way Japan deals with, like, greatness in a person. Because in the UK, like, if you read a lot of, like, British novels, like fantasy or sci-fi, way too often... divine right or providence is the reason for greatness. So, for example, Harry Potter, for instance, his greatness is because he's, like, the descendant of, like, one of the Barnaby siblings that beat death, and there was a prophecy that says that he will be marked by the greatest evil and will wipe it out and shit like that. In the United States, a lot of sci-fi, not all, but a lot of sci-fi and fantasy is not based off, oh, divine providence tells us that you will win, but more of a case of through familial ties and through gumption, you will succeed. So, for example, Luke Skywalker in the first Star Wars film, For A New Hope, he succeeded because of the teachings of his Jedi Master, and the fact that, you know, with his skill, he was able to, you know, accomplish his task and such. There wasn't any of this, like, oh, he comes from, like, a long line of midichlorian nonsense or some shit like that earlier on. Earlier, it was a case of, this is a soldier with, you know, grit. And then for Japan, it's sort of a mix between the two. Like, there is a little bit of spiritual connection, but spirit alone does not dictate greatness. Spirit, like, it's one of those things of like, oh, spirit has hedged its bets across, like, hundreds of exemplars, but it's you through your gumption that the spirit has powered itself or something. Does that make sense?
It does.
Yeah. So I kind of like that. So it was really cool in what's it called? What's the anime with the Demon Slayer? So it works well in Demon Slayer. It kind of is broken in Naruto and Bleach because of a case of like, oh, you know, here's Ichigo with like 4 different like things applied to him. Here's Naruto and Sasuke, who are descendants of the 6th Path as Sage. And while technically there is other descendants of the 6th Path of Sage throughout history and shit, but, you know, Destiny regularly bumping into them. JoJo's.
Yeah.
JoJo's is a good one. Like, the whole, like, stand users and such, like, different ones could be good or evil, or they may be, like, benign, but they're coming together because of, like, the rules of fate and calamity. So, yeah. I kind of like that in terms of, like, bigger narrative of why this person is great. Like, I personally prefer America's style of, oh, your greatness because you know, greatness comes to you because you grab it and shit. But I also like Japan's, oh, greatness comes to you and it's a and why it's greater than just grit and shit is because of this small thread that you've been able to, you know, make greater than just being ordained by divinity.
Yeah.
A hue that distinctive cannot be mistaken, no matter how thin the soul is spread. Ha. This is just the kind of fate I might expect for one such as he. Surely Emmett Selch has recognized the hint of him in you. GrantZeebs. Fare you well, my new old friend. May you find what it is you seek. And he's gone, isn't he? Yep.
I love Hythlodaeus.
That was an interesting entry where he's like he knew he was like a shade at best. He was a fragment. And like just picking up on that was cool. I like that. Hey, and you're all just sitting in the chair. But yeah, chat.
I'm just relaxing out here.
Look how ridiculous this is. Too far away. I can't even fucking see him unless I like jump. Your visitors write as requested. When you wish to gain admittance to the capital, simply present the document to the attendant within. POV, you're trying to get immigration as a child. Please, sir. Alright.
Also, I just realized I've got Ellie in chat and she hasn't started Shadowbringers yet. I'm like, Ellie, wait, this is spoilers!
Oh no!
Get out of here! Get out of here! This has been a very fun experience.
Oh, you're not actually, I guess she's not listening.
Okay, that's cool, that's cool. So yeah, this has been a really fun MMO experience. I thought I would get through, like, the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV in 6 months.
Nah.
It's taken... I'm on to my 3rd year now.
You can't tell me the story's not worth it, though.
The story is definitely worth it. I know, like, there's a Twitter sentiment of, like, oh, we're tired of, like, games as a service kind of games. No, we're not. What we're tired of is, like, just mechanically poor games and narratively poor, you know, thing applied to the games as a service. Because everyone remembers that when Final Fantasy XIV was first released, everyone kind of had their problems. Like, the mechanics were shit, it crashed a lot of the time, and the story was a bit difficult to swallow, even as a JRPG would go.
They literally remade the whole game, that's how bad they think they did.
Yeah, when Yoshi P came into the picture, they essentially went, alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're planned for this many patches. Alright, let's get a story going where we fucking destroy everything. And they're just like, destroy it? And he's like, yes. The moon, and like, so the moon gets bigger and shit. And this was at a time when there was only like, I think a couple thousand people playing it at the time as well.
Real quick, I think we're in the wrong area.
Oh.
We are.
Yeah.
Might want to use your mount.
Okay, hang on. So, like, we went through, like, all kinds of shit was happening in the like, last patches of, like, the first version of the game, until finally you get the cutscene of, you know, fucking Bahamut breaking out of the fucking moon and destroying an entire city that you've been warring over, and then fucking blah 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 blah, not French old scholar dude. What's his name? Louis Soir. Louis Soir, like, teleports the Warriors of Light away and shit. There wasn't... I don't think there was a hint of, you know, a Realm Reborn until much later.
We also had the point of where everybody was on a fat chocobo surrounded all Derby and like, no, the city must stay. This is the only city that must stay.
So yeah, and so, you know, we then get the Realm Reborn story, and that one basically went like, oh yeah, like, you know, this shit happened, but, you know, we just, like, we're not gonna, like, try and retell that particular story, but we're just gonna, we're gonna continue from this point on and such, and it was, you know, it was a long-ass story. They were cutting shit. They cut shit after I finished A Realm Reborn as well. That's how much shit changed.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and now, and Heaven's Ward was really fun. It was a lot more streamlined of a story. What is flashing behind my screen? Something is flashing behind my, nope, so that one's there, that one's there. Intro Fighters is up there. Speaker bot.
Too.
Yeah.
The noises your minion makes make me uncomfortable.
You don't like the mud pie?
I like the mud pie, but you guys... He makes
I'll
squishy noises.
Squish. Alright, alright. But yeah, so we've gone through all that. Stormblood, I'm a bit meh. It feels rushed. I feel like the two fronts battle was a bit of a weirdy one to do. But
most people agree.
Yeah, but so far, like, Shadowbringers is... This one's pretty cool. This one I feel like is... Like, I don't know why, but this feels like an actual, like... Rather than Yoshi P trying to, like, you know, continuation of where we were back at, before Realm Reborn, where it's like, oh, we had, like, the 3 alliances, we're trying to, you know, stop the subjugation of land from Garlemald and shit. Now it's a case of, okay, he's sort of settled, like, the Garlemald invading land thing. We're not dealing with the classic primals. Instead, this is, you know, this feels like a Yoshi P 100% story rather than Yoshi P fucking, you know, repairing the ship of Theseus kind of thing.
Yeah.
So. Finally, you were gone so long I was on the verge of mounting a rescue party. How fared you in your bureaucratic ventures? Oh, I see how it is. I do all the work and you get your entry? Fine, fuck you. Wasn't Yoshi one of the names of the elders from Ponyo? I don't remember. Yoshi is a very popular name though as well. Don't forget.
Yeah.
Ah, I see my instincts were correct. And a good thing too. Urianger and I waited our chances of breaking into the capital, and an official entrance is by far the more attractive option. The capital boasteth not a single armed sentry. 'Twould seem that in their time they did not deem it needful to post guards. The windows and doors, however, appear heavily warded. Though mightily did we strive, with strength mundane and magical, we failed to budge them even a fraction of 1 ilm. Mayhaps 'twas simply the case that Emmett Selch's recreation did not extend to their usual function. We didn't try everything, of course, but we thought it's best to conserve our energy and our time and energy for more pressing matters. Speaking of which, Rain and I tried asking about a cure for you. The problem is, these ancients didn't exist beyond Aramont's today. They will happily tell their own tales, but whenever we attempt to explain our situation, the conversation quickly becomes muddled. Oh, here comes your Stola. She's gonna say something.
What of you, Grant? Was all worthy of interest said during your efforts to obtain writ? A great sacrifice of life in exchange for their brethren's resurrection? And you say all the Asian scheming had been leading to this? All this time. But
If they still mean to enact this plan, then things won't end with the rejoining.
Aye.
Sorry.
Oh, you said.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, do you still want me to do?
Yeah, I still want you to do it. You still do the cat girl.
No, you could do.
We've gone through this. You have the Y'shtola, like, you know, tired aunt mommy tone to it. You have that, like, kind of tone. Whenever you deal with me and Dazarus shenanigans, you have the same, in my mind, you have the same sort of authority and tone as Y'shtola would have.
Okay. I thought we knew their intentions in full. Restore the world to its former glory and, in turn, empower Zodiac to reclaim his throne as the will of the star. Yet that was merely a step along the way. I hesitate to put it into words, but we have yet to assume that following the final rejoining, the Ascians mean to draw on the lives of the Source to make another sacrifice to Zodiac.
That does seem the most likely scenario. Mayhaps those who ally with the Ascians would be spared that fate. But what value is there in surviving when all our history, all our struggles will be erased? I cannot conscience such an act. Of course not. And that's not of what Emmett Selch plans for the Exarch's power. Do we stand by and let him threaten our future as well as our past? We need to find him, Grant, and when we do, make your mark. Change the course of history in a way that's felt by those who came before and those who came after, by everyone you've ever met. Oh yeah, because the Exarch technically has time travel-y powers as well, which is the crazier thing. I'm not wrong, right? The crystals, because they went like back in time like 300 years or something crazy like that as well.
Yeah.
Change things so that even my other self, dying somewhere in that future calamity, will smile and say, I knew you would win. Is fighting Emmett Selch the only way? He created an entire oh wait, this is Sashera's shit as well.
Eh?
Eh?
God damn it.
Yes. I'm gonna exploit your voice acting skills.
What skills?
Have you heard? Just like, look, okay. Sorry, I need to point this out, but Sash, you actually have a little bit of voice acting skills in this time that I've like forced you to do these tones. Because there's a difference between, like, you know, sort of, you know, being able to like read aloud the words of he created an entire city. It will take everything we have to defeat him. But like with you're able to have like this air of maybe because you've already read it like long ago in a while, so it kind of hits into your brain for knowing how the flow goes. But like it feels spoken with a little bit of emotion. You could do more emotion, but like, you know, you've got the right thing.
I appreciate the compliment. Okay, so just thinking green. Well, he's created an entire city. It would take everything we have to defeat him, if we even can. And if you push that hard in your current state, the light will break free. The decision to press on lies with you, just as it lies with each and every one of us.
How dare you throw a confetti at me unnamed? If you come in here, you are going to need to answer for some of these things and probably be responsible for voicing someone else in this thing. I'll throw you to Urianger.
I'm doing all the voice acting, I know.
I will throw you to Urianger. No one likes Urianger's voice line, doing the fucking Shakespearean nonsense.
I'm sorry, but it's not easy reading all of the old language.
He's not fun to sing, is he? Hello?
Hello?
Hey. Ooh! Wait, hang on, does this mean... Yes!
Hi, Grant.
Hi.
Oh, bye. Like, just bye.
Up and down. Up and down. There we go. Alrighty then. Alize. Also, unnamed.
Hey, title quest! Let's go!
Unnamed. Have you played the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial, now up to and including a Realm Reborn with the award-winning Heaven's Ward and award-winning Stormblood expansion, up to level 70 with no restriction on playtime? Yes, Unnamed reinstalled it.
I read already.
Yes. Do you remember that talk we had atop the tower in Mortsuk? I'm still of the same mind now as I was then. I don't abandon you, you don't abandon me, and together we make a difference in this fight. There's always hope if we look for it. I say it again and again as you tore through the veils of light from the sky. If we keep taking that next step forward, there's a chance we'll find a way to save you. So no matter how long it takes or how much it hurts, you can count on me to keep on walking. Alright, I think this one is where we're getting to the actual combats and shit too as well.
Grant, you're literally doing the title quest. That means it's the last one.
Valkyrie spoke of the disaster we would bring upon our own heads, the ceaseless conflict. Imagine how he would sneer to see what becomes of the first, not to mention your perilous predicament. And yet who can deny the fire your deeds have ignited in people's hearts? You achieved what my logic and ideals never could, uniting desperate peoples under the banner of hope and common purpose. Without you, that giant Talos would never have raised its head. I have borne witness to many such miracles at your side, and would do so again. This is but another obstacle in the road. So come, let us travel together. Drag me through wonder and danger as you are wont to do, and I shall endeavor not to slow you down. Have you played the critically acclaimed hit new third-person shooter? I just third person hooter. The third person hooter. It's the third person hooter. Ew, Davers 2. Alright, what's Urianges? As well thou knowest, if we are to usher Emmett Selch unto his rest, we must needs bind his Asian soul, and then shatter it with overwhelming force. The former task requireth Acorite, and such have I prepared. Upon the exalt's asking, no less though, 'twas ever mine intent to provide said boon. The future whence our noble friend doth hail is a world fallen to Asian artifice, and he would not see such grim history repeated. In a sense, Emmett Selch's destruction will be the culmination of the Exarch's efforts, a reward for all he hath endured these many years. Yet even as thou stridest into the jaws of peril, forget not but that his fondest wish, and that of many others beside, is to see thy survive unto the morrow. 'Tis in pursuit of that happiest of outcomes that I pledge to remain at thy side. Hey, you got wings on your chocobo now. That's a new thing, right?
Well, she's had this for a while.
She had the wings? Like the fairy wings? I don't remember the fairy wings. It's really cool.
Have a guess which barding it is.
I'm gonna have a guess that it's the Titania barding. Yeah. I only have my normal postman barding.
Sorry, I'm being weird. I'm just giggling because I'm listening to you read the cutscene. I'm just like,
We're getting to good bits. We're getting to good bits. This is your Stola.
Our time in the First has been a never-ending succession of trials, as arduous as our path in the Source ever was. Yet through all our journeys together, through that deep and foreboding wood, you have helped me stay true to my convictions. Thus would I return the favour. Do as your heart decrees, without hesitation or regret. And that is all I will say on the matter.
A lady,
Short and
a
simple.
lady, a few words. Xerix, do you want to be the E-boy?
Alright, guys.
Was that an of oh no?
Well, this has put everyone in a solemn mood, hasn't it? Honestly, we're not even sure this will be the end of it. But I suppose we should speak our minds when we have the opportunity. You taught me that much in Almaray. So forgive me this moment of sentiment, Grant. By dragging me into this sort of mess, you've given me the chance to think and act as I should have. Words cannot express how much this has changed my life, or how grateful I am for your support. So I shall express my gratitude through action instead. No matter where you decide to go, I will be there guarding your back.
Nice. Nice work, Xerix. That was really good.
Thanks.
Alright. Oh, cutscene.
I don't know if this is
It's not voice.
voice acted.
No, it's not voice acted.
Okay. When Minfilia entrusted me with your power, she warned me that no matter how strong you become, you can still fall victim to despair. You can still feel powerless. And she was right. After you collapsed on Mount Gulg, my hands wouldn't stop shaking. If I made a mistake, if I failed to bind the light within you, I was terrified that you would die. Even now, you could be moments from turning and I wouldn't know how to save you. You, Tancred, the others, you've all been there when I needed help. Minfilia surrendered her life to me, her legacy. I should be ready to do the same for you, and I want to, but I'm not good enough.
Don't you dare say that.
She told me to follow your example, and I've tried. I really tried. I'm making it terrible after some moment.
Then you shouldn't hang your head.
I shouldn't?
Where's my pep talk option? Give me my pep talk option! I'm not gonna just be a dick and be like, do not hang your head low. I'm gonna explain to this woman. She has done amazing shit, okay? She has done a good job. Here.
Not the top line! Fuck you, Yoshi P.
Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero. Why is that like a fuck you, Yoshi P line?
Who's the last person who said that to us? On his deathbed.
Was it Holshifon?
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Yoshi P keeps bringing Holshifon back into the story with little quips like that, and it's like, no, fuck you.
Still, this is
no, fuck you.
That's a good line, okay?
It's a good line, but it's like, god damn it.
It's a good line.
How dare you bring my boy back without bringing my boy back?
Fate can be cruel, but a smile better suits a hero.
It's like, okay, it's kind of spoilers, but I'm not sure if you'll ever get to do the Ultimates, Grant.
I know what you're talking about because it was a YouTube video recommended to me, and someone mentioned an alternate reality shit. So
the entire ultimate fight for the dragon song.
Yep.
Is literally a what would have happened if Hoshifon had survived.
Yep.
And it's like, oh my fucking.
It's just so painful. You're just sort of like, no. Because someone said mechanically as well, if Hoshifon dies in a different fight as well, then the fight ends there too. So you have to like do it all over again.
I'm not sure.
Smile, please.
Actually, never mind. I think I'll understand better if I try it for myself. No, nothing will come of brooding here in self-pity. I've made my decision, Grant. I'm going with you.
Yes!
runs away.
Well, she's running towards like the capital is what we're doing right now. We're gonna be doing some stuff. All right.
I'm going with you, runs.
I'm going with you. Runs away real quick. Gotta go to the bathroom real quick. All right, hang on. What time? Because do I need a? I'm wondering when's the next advertising? Because I might run an advertisement to help avoid the
That looks like it was quite a while back.
The next one is in 30 minutes. Okay. So yeah, because if it's a countdown thing to do, then.
Also, I hope my chat's having a good time. I'm sorry it's very lurky today.
How's everyone doing on your side?
So far, so good.
I think everyone's just chilling, which is nice.
Yep. Okay, that's good.
That's usually where my chat ends up, is just chilling, and I'm happy for that. As long as people are enjoying themselves.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Welcome to the capital. All visitors must present an official writ of permission before admittance will be granted. Your documents appear to be in order. You may proceed into the capital, but any guests you may choose to bring with you must remain in your vicinity at all times.
I kind of wish I could listen to this bit, but I don't think it would work with stream.
If you pop out the stream window, then you might be able to capture
this really is unacceptable. I gave you very specific instructions.
Hey there, Emmett.
Emmett Selk.
I'm just gonna call you Emmett. It feels more insulting to you.
My invitation was for an abomination, ripe with the power to bring about the world's annihilation. Not this half-broken thing. Whatever am I to do with you? And I see you insist on keeping the same familiar company. Are you so lost without...
Okay, hang on.
Oh, what? Hey, nice.
It is not he who is lost without the familiar.
Oh.
Not content with remaking an entire city, you aim to fill it with the reconstituted souls of the dead.
I may have gotten a little carried away in my attention to detail, added a few unnecessary flourishes. Well, there's no point
Off Hitler days.
Yes. Once the rejoining of worlds is complete, Zodiac will regain his full strength and shatter his prison. Then we shall offer up the Source's remaining inhabitants in sacrifice, that we might resurrect our brethren who died to bring Zodiac into existence.
Ridiculous.
But what was it that you came here to do exactly?
Save our friend. We came here for the Exarch. I'm not interested in him.
Well, you can't have him. The wisdom that man guards may open up new worlds of possibilities. He has unlocked the secrets of travel across the rift, and through time as well, it would seem. Quite an accomplishment for one of his incomplete nature. I must explore the limits of his capabilities and harness that power for the Ardor. Even now, after everything, you refuse to see reason. You think it unfair that you are subject to suffering? That your lives will be sacrificed for the Ancients? Look at me! I have lived 1,000 of your lives. I have broken bread with you, fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace. For eons have I measured your worth and found you wanting. Too weak and feeble-minded to serve as stewards of any star. Have your recent spats with Vorthri and his Sin Eaters taught you nothing? Have you not learned that your ignorance and frailty beget only endless misery? How long do you mean to perpetuate this farce? How much more must I endure your bumbling interference? Let us imagine that the laws of reality are again undone and the world faces true annihilation. Do you honestly believe that half your number would sacrifice themselves to save the other? Of course they wouldn't! And if you had witnessed history unfold as I have, you would reach the same conclusion.
It's also likely
you cannot be entrusted with our legacy.
Not to say that you could be, like, totally wrong with the assessment, but couldn't it also have been possible that the Ascians forced half of their populace to die to keep the rest alive? Like, there's a difference between, you know, self-sacrifice in order to save the others, and forced or sacrifice. Like,
I think the way that it worked, like the way that the ancients function as a society, is that that's the whole thing behind. They all wear the same clothing. They all have the same appearance. They all wear masks. They're all in it for the same purpose, and because of that, they deemed it necessary to jump in, I guess.
yeah,
when
but
it was needed.
again, like, we're seeing this whole, like, everyone the same and everything like that through Emmett Selch's perception of the city. Like, 'cause as being pointed out by creation magic, like, the creation magic is forced upon us through the machinations of whoever thinks it up, and it can have, like, these small details and such. So, and this is just like a little like me just being able to point it and have Emmett, like, look into himself, like, and weaken, where it's a question of, like, oh, who are you to tell us that we wouldn't, or at the same time, that is exactly what the Ascians did? Because it's very likely as well that the Ascians forced half their population to die, rather than, you know, your belief of, you know, self-sacrifice. Because, honestly, I do not think
Given that it was the
MXL
convocation that brought about the plan, and the convocation is basically the governing body, you could be onto something.
Yeah, especially since he's still here.
Yeah.
He had not taken part in it. So either he is lesser for taking the sacrifice that apparently half his populace was willing to do, or he's lying to us. He's lying to himself and saying that like they chose to sacrifice it rather than the governing body telling them to, because positions of power corrupt perceptions like sacrifice and, you know, ritual.
Right.
I will bring back our brethren, our friends, our loved ones. The world belongs to us and us alone.
Also, is it fair that he should say that they should come back after they have chosen to sacrifice?
That's right. He's basically playing God at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But that's what makes it so good.
I know. This is what makes good fantasy. Is like, because, like, let's be real, this discussion isn't one of like, oh, force healing would have removed this question entirely. It's like, no. This is still
it's a morals question.
It's a morals question that still exists.
Like, by all accounts and by Emmett's logic, the past was better. Everyone was happy. There was no suffering. All he has seen from us is suffering and war and bickering and just conflict.
Yeah,
and he wants it stopped. He wants to go back to the way things were when things were perfect, where things were, life was normal, or what he would consider normal, and be damned anyone else that gets in the way.
Yeah, and what's more is it's one of those cases of, like a person with like the modern standards watching history repeat itself kind of shit. It's like,
yeah,
we need these lessons. We can't become the Ascians without the like the Ascians came to their conclusion of like, creativity being flourished, but we still have like, the balance of choosing to be equal with, but remain creative and such. That only comes through practice and training and like, us learning
human nature.
Conclusions. Yeah.
We understand.
We can't get there without the path paved.
But it makes no difference. The ones you love are in the past, while ours are here in the present.
Oh, and that's right! Back in Heaven's War, when Shiva, the late Iceheart, or she is like she's basically got Lady Shiva in her like thingy-madiggy, and it's a bit of a weird merge and there's the past history of the fact that they're going to a dragon who was previously like engaged with her or something like that with her, past life, her past life and such. But even that dragon then was like, no, you're not her. My love is to a woman that has lived and sacrificed herself. You are a pale imitation, no matter how, replicant into your process has been.
Same thing.
So this here would be another argument of the same thing of like, we don't know that even if Emmett did succeed, that he would agree that the replication he made would equal it.
Exactly. And this is what I love about 14's story, is that until you get to the end point, once you get there, you start going, oh my God, there's just overarching themes and everything ties back in together. Because when you're going through Heavensward and Stormblood, you're like, I mean, this is cool, but I don't get it. And then you get to End of Shadowbringers, you're like, oh my God.
So yeah, because with The Realm Reborn, we just have, expansionism bad, which, a lot of people, would probably argue there's maybe more nuance to it because the reason for their expansionism was because of the growing threat of primals and, just unsolicited gods being created across the border. Then we get to Heavensward, and that one has a really great talk about the cycle of violence because of a poor decision done in the past that really has no circumstances today, and the only reason it was still happening was because of the machination of the Ascians. We get to Stormblood.
Also the dragon.
Also the dragon. And then we get to Stormblood, and we once again get, the cycle of violence. And instead of it being on our side where it's like, oh, like, this was a thingamajiggy on our side. It's like, no, we see it on the enemy side as well, where, we don't get the benefit of, like, being the higher man. Sometimes the enemy that we have been fighting and such, in this case, like, the Lady Suyu, like, she very much is a victim of the cycle of violence and subjugation. So, and, we have to help her if we want to break it as well. We don't get the option of one or the other. We have to be agreeable to both. And now we're into Shadowbringers with everything we've learned of like, okay, we're trying to like, pull the past, and it's like we can't do that. We've seen it, like the micro and macro like nuances and problems that could arise with this.
That's true.
God, this is so good.
One day, we too will be ashes and dust. But not today. Our time is not yet finished.
So.
We share your conviction. And that is why we will not abandon our course.
Hey.
You think us the same? You think your tattered soul of equal worth to those I lost?
Oh, we struck a nerve.
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
Earn your place. Prove yourselves worthy to inherit this star.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what the? Is it supposed to do that?
The coming oblivion. 'Twas the end of our era and the beginning of our great work. A fitting backdrop for your final judgment.
I guess where the dungeon is, Grant.
I'm gonna guess it's in there with the fucking fire and brimstone. Is he gonna? He's not gonna
shall
walk
wait
into that,
within.
is it?
But do not spend too much time on your preparations. There's no telling how much longer the guest of honor will last.
I'm the guest of honor.
No, the one we came to rescue.
Oh.
Wait, actually, no, you might be right.
Yeah, because
Might be both.
Could be both. And so he just walks into the flames.
He's interested in us because of the light. Like he was like, he sees it as a mercy of like killing us and taking the light for himself and doing his own shit. So long as he keeps the Crystal Exarch. That's the
kind
thing.
of.
Kind of.
Remember what Hitler Deus said.
Oh yes, he sees a bit of whoever in us and
Him.
like the shard of what's a Mahoo.
Someone that Emmett used to know.
All right. Okay, so advertisement was going to go off in 15 minutes, but what I'm going to do, I need to quickly, I'm going to clean up, like, because I got, like, empty bottles and shit. I'm going to quickly clean up, go to the bathroom. I'm going to run a 3-minute advertisement while that happens, and Sash will be able to, like, catch up with her chat. Tatsu will be able to do fun stuff. Zarix will be able to go to the bathroom as well.
Yeah, everyone else is getting.
I like the difference.
Out.
Like, if we come running up to that door, there's no fiery hells.
Oh my god. Alright.
Whee!
Before
Yes, welcome in, Cesty. Hello. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt cutscene stuff while we were doing dialogue discussions.
Not to worry, not to worry. Alright, I just need to run the BRB screen, so then that way people who are subscribed to me can at least see, you know, something fun, like the clips that have been made in the past.
Oh, there you go. Here I said broken-hearted came to shit, but only Nix. Nix, what is that? Nix, you silly. Nix, we need to talk about outfits. For fuck's sake. I need to know what to put clothing on. No, wait. I need to know what clothing to put on. I know what I'm putting the clothing on. That's a stupid thing. Like, I can do the coat and the scarf and the thing, but do you want any, like, was there any other ideas? Do you want me to, I can put you in the fucking, Pimp Boy outfit from Monster Hunter. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. Oh my god. Although, okay, I'm gonna keep my headset on. Tatsu, were you? No, Tatsu went AFK, didn't he?
No.
No? You need to use the bathroom?
No, I'm good.
You good? I might put the AC on for a little bit because it's getting a tad warm. But if anyone puts anything in chat, could you just read it out for me? Because I'll keep my headset on.
Yes, yes.
I'll be 2 seconds. Hopefully. If I can figure out the AC.
$200
No, there's like a timer thing. It's weird. You have to turn the off timer on in order for it to turn off at this. Don't worry about it.
Even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my, because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. Even if I only get rid of like 2/3 of
They're turning on their AC.
Yeah, no, but they want an off timer as well. Like, also.
No, their AC has an off timer on it that it goes to. They have to turn a timer on for it to be able to turn on.
Then I would have saved at least the $3,500 it would cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah. Sashay are turning on the AC, and then they want to turn on an off timer, so then that way they don't have to. Okay.
You know what Elon Musk would be?
Because
have it on all
I'm
the
getting
time.
reamed out for doing too much with the AC in the last couple of months, and it costing $800. Okay.
Oh, okay. Alright, fair, valid.
Is that
I'm sorry.
Understandable.
I'm not actually snappy. I'm sitting here.
You're just sort of like, I need to be careful of the amount of energy that is used, which is a valid.
I'm trying not to be a bad house person thing, whatever you want to call it.
House burden. Whatever's.
That.
Alrighty then. Okay. I'm back. I only got water, a Pepsi, my phone's on charge, the watch is on charge, my bowels are empty. Xerix, you good? Oh, wait, I can do a ready check.
Oh, look, Grant.
What?
Turn around.
Oh my god, it's you again! Who are you? Who are you? This is not the first time. It's him again. This man. What the? And once again, we're catching him when he's AFK. It's just like
he's on AFK.
Oh, he's not
AFK
AFK anymore.
He's back.
Who is this?
Okay, what?
Cactus piss.
This is an ongoing thing.
Okay, if
you
want...
this Hrothgar has been following Grant around on 14 every time he streams it. And it's like
I don't remember when it started, but I remember this Hrothgar.
This Hrothgar, the earliest I can remember is the Raktiki, like the Great Woods.
That was it.
So yeah.
But he's just every time Grant streams 14, he's doing the lolly hop in the fucking background in a set outfit. I love it.
Great Wood. Major beat of Shadow Bringers. And where do I find him? Where do I find fucking Matsuo Namikaze? Here. At Shadowbringers. At the penultimate. I ask who they are.
Hiding in a corner.
And hiding in a corner and just telling me about cactus piss in the chat.
What in the...
Like, your answer will be told when the moon glows its brightest.
Huh?
Huh?
That's not an answer!
I love this person. Whoever you are amazing, and I love you.
All right. Two things. Whoever this. Hang on, ding. Two things. Number one. I need to back up a little bit more. Two things. Whoever this is, Matsuo Namikaze, like, genius. You have made this experience so much like fun and just mystery to you, because I distinctly remember you from the Ratika Great Woods, and I've seen you at different major story beats, and now you're here at like the final one. Amazing, love the character and such. And then secondly, who the fuck are you? I need to know. If you're in this chat right now and I finish Shadowbringers and I still don't know who you are, I don't know what I'm going to do about you. Like,
I remember seeing them on top of one of the pillars at the temple.
Yep, that's I did a clip. I did a clip like long ago, or not that long ago, like a week ago, where it was like, oh, there he is when we were over at Mount Gold, and then it was like, I'm not going crazy. He's been around, and I'm just like, where?
I love the whole personification. It's just random Hrothgar, Santa outfit, dancing where you least expect, just casually wherever you happen to be at story beats, for no context whatsoever.
Here's the thing: is how long has he been there?
Mysterious images.
Because they had the AFK symbol on him for a while.
All right.
True. I mean, I didn't notice him when I came in. I just happened to turn the camera around and be like, "Oh my god, he's back!"
He's back.
No, he's getting himself.
No, he's coming. Where is he going?
He's just gone. He's in.
He's just gone.
Oh. All right. Join in.
Oh shit.
Amaurot. Yep. Okay. This is a 4-player party. We got a healer. We got 2. All right. This is it. Oh,
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's do this.
Also, Grid, how are you liking Paladin?
I think Paladin's pretty decent. I like my tanks. That's the thing. It's like I haven't moved to any of the DPS or healers quite just yet. Paladin I'm kind of okay with and what have you. I still need to get through way more levels with Paladin before we can go into Endwalker, but I will try to make an effort to make him available when I get into Endwalker, because it feels like the appropriate class when I'm going through Endwalker.
Welcome to the final days of Amaurot.
The final day.
Oh, Jade, the dub audio.
Yeah, just mute the Discord stream.
I did. That just got to me.
Jesus fucking Christ.
We're getting fucking nuked.
The fabric of our star began to fray, and the unchecked energies of creation begat malformed beasts.
Yeah, I used the wrong one.
Gotta remember how to play. Fucking Jesus.
Oh yeah, that's right. I have to get you to heal me. Because I'm one of those...
You have X-Cog, you're fine.
I'm one of those kinds of tanks where it's just sort of like, oh yeah, like, healer will keep me alive. No mitigation applied.
You'll be fine.
That down.
Yeah, the soundtrack in here is really fucking good.
It's a fucking bomb. It's an end of the
It's
world.
honestly amazing.
Also, don't turn around, Tatsu, whatever you do.
When did they pop up?
Yes.
Oh god.
Jesus. Fuck. What the hell?
Get that off me, get that off me, get that off me.
Hang on, I'm trying to stun it. Okay, it's stunned.
Okay, yeah, definitely get that off of me.
I'm trying to, do the damage as soon as I can. What the fuck?
I know,
Why is it... My enmity is on. Like, why?
Yeah, no, they won't. The detonators...
Specifically.
The detonators have a specific mechanic that way.
Okay.
Okay.
It's designed to, I believe, reduce your incoming healing.
I think that was it. Just.
It gives you a debuff when it's locked on, and I don't think there's a way to unlock it. You have to just DPS it down fast.
Yeah. Okay.
Normally, it locks on to me.
Because you're the healer and only like the first one to hit the enmity, I'm guessing?
Possibly? I'm actually not sure if there's any way of it structuring like that, but...
That would make a bit more sense, but...
Because, normally, like, tank doesn't often actually be the first on enmity, but because of the tank stance, like Royal Guard, very much, like, I'm doing this very often, where it's like, oh, let me do, like, an axe throw or a ranged melee, just to get their attention, so then that way the enmity is technically on me next. So...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, monkey!
Oh, no, you don't.
The monkey's tail! The monkey's fist!
We've got
monkey!
Oh, we have an enmity problem back here.
Yep, hang on, throwing it. There we go.
Thanks.
Oh, there's multiple enmity problems. Jesus Christ.
Oh, shit.
Oh, it's just everywhere. Just do your AoEs, that should be enough.
Yeah.
Good.
I thought like just throwing my melee like as I ran would have been enough to keep them all, but
Usually it is.
Sometimes it doesn't like to do that. Sometimes the enemies are just like, oh ha ha.
This person look mighty tasty.
Like that.
Yeah, what's up with that? Like, it's, the enmity is still on me, but then it just decides to randomize. Which,
Yeah, this one dungeon is particularly nasty for that. Like, it's not like you're losing threat, but they have some mechanics where they deliberately split off from the pack to fuck with people. The bombs, the monkeys. I think there might be one other one that does it.
They're meant to be like wild animals, aren't they?
Pretty much. I mean, it's literally it's creation magic's gone feral, basically.
Oh,
no,
so
the royal is the one that targets me.
Yeah,
so
the royal
HP recovery via healing magic is reduced.
Alright, one second, focusing
So
on
what should I
that.
kill him? The roiler?
The royal, yeah. Because it's targeting me.
Yeah.
So I can't heal as effectively or be healed as effectively.
There we go.
There we go. Now I just need to get the... Yeah, I was focusing on the roiler then to, you know, get
So
it
if
off
you throw
and-
out a couple of AoEs and then go into single target when there's something like that, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah. So... But yeah, I just did single target for a lot longer until they were dead. So...
It's a focus down situation, which doesn't happen very often, but they do it quite a bit in this instance.
Yeah.
Okay. I completely forgot some of these things.
Oh, that's okay. I've never dealt with these things before,
Yeah.
so...
Oh, this whole place is fucky. This whole place is just bleh.
Basically, it keeps you on your toes to every single second.
To primals, our dread made manifest our deepest fears.
Oh, right.
So it was one of those, like, you know, inception moments of, like, too many people thought of their doom, and so doom came true despite their attempts to avoid it.
So there was one person that started, and then it just dominoed.
It just spiraled out of control.
Yep.
You'll notice this thing is called the First Beast.
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's because it's the very first of the despair that was created.
Oh, yeah.
Why can't I... How did I get one?
Because you're not supposed to.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus, what's this?
Right, we're not meant to be in the corners. I forgot about that.
Oh, no. Did we just screw it up?
Only... not quite. Tatsu was being smart.
Okay. Oh,
I'm not
right.
at
It's supposed to
range.
be...
Oh, what the fuck? There was a
Yep.
frog.
Okay.
Oh, oh.
Yeah,
The fuck is that?
That was an entire fucking building!
My god, this creation magic is bullshit. Just creating beasts that are
No
like, oh,
kidding!
yeah, let's just drop a fucking
Bullshit.
building on you.
What's that? You didn't want a building on top of you? Well, I thought about it, so guess you're dead.
Did someone say kaboom?
Oh, God. I
Did someone
Yeah,
say
remember
death?
that.
Someone's death.
Alright, here comes meteors.
Alright. Oh, God.
Oh, you fucker, you're making me move!
Oh. Oh. Keep moving.
No! Fuck! I'm trying so hard. I must save the Tatsu.
Oh, God.
Why?
Why?
Why are you like this?
Oh, God.
Oh god, Jesus fucking
Oh no!
Christ.
Oh no! My wrist went off of the. Oh no!
Oh.
I'm still alive.
You might want to Grant.
How did you know which side it would go off?
Because it's the only side with the building left.
Oh.
Oh,
I had to
right.
look outside the stage, was I?
Yeah. told you, this one messes with you real bad.
This just remind me of that one that you faced later on.
Oh yeah, no, they just continue expanding on the mechanics of, hey, fuck you, and I love it. Like, I'm here for it.
They keep saying that everything was too easy.
What? Yeah, people kept complaining shit was too easy. Nah.
And they're still complaining about it.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh.
Oh, boy.
Where's the rocks?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh.
Oh.
Stop with the fucking around the edge bullshit.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Did I not time it? No, I did.
Yep, you got it.
Okay.
I gave
What,
you
is there
going to
be another building?
Just as a savior. Wait, where is the next building?
Oh, it's okay. There's no buildings left, so
Okay.
we're good.
Okay.
You know
I
what?
didn't
That's the first
expect it
boss.
as final
Look at the
one.
one back. Just fucking die.
More damage.
I don't think it's gonna die from that ultimate.
Nope.
Unfortunately, I think my
though.
healing's lacking a little bit on upkeep. And again! Okay, never mind.
Ooh. Dropping buildings on top of people is not normal. Oh, I'll be right back. I have some apologies to make. Wait, did I just roll 96 on a fucking greed? God damn it.
Rip. Yeah, like,
Oh,
have a
you
look at
still
the
got it.
environment around us. It's really just insane.
Death. Oh, there's a building.
Okay, for a second I thought we got hit.
Oh, there goes an entire Yep.
Here we go.
Anyway.
And there's a sprite. Or whatever they're called here.
Yeah, one of the shadow sprites is there, so watch my, there it goes. Straight onto me, you little fuck. Screw you. Ow.
Moided. Get moided.
I get access
Oh,
to that.
Jesus fucking Christ.
No, I got it. It's alright. I got it.
Yeah, but the thing is like, in order to like try and hit the roiler, I'm like basically standing in the Mountain Dew to try and do it. It's helpful.
The Mountain Dew.
Look, it's a piss stain on the floor, okay? There isn't exactly a lot of other names I could give it.
Oh, what?
I don't what?
I'm sorry.
The fucking, like, the warning pads.
The danger zone.
The danger zone.
The danger zone.
You still thinking about what that frog
The Mountain Dew. Oh my god.
It's not even
well, I
Mountain
accidentally
Dew.
hit that button. Alright, well, we're just gonna run with it.
Here you go, Grit. Here you go, Grit. P.
Oh, this is the most chaotic run.
That's why it's good.
Not complaining.
Tatsu, why are you burning?
Because I was too busy using yellow paint to pee.
Oh, fuck.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, what?
It's okay. I'm okay.
Are you?
This is kind of okay.
I can't do
Okay,
it. The
there's that
AoEs
down.
are doing damage, but it's not doing enough damage quickly to whichever enemies. There's too much goop.
Oh, well, that backfired. Oh boy.
I had to eat the fairy, but it's fine.
Why would you eat the fairy?
Because I need the spirit power.
Oh boy.
But you don't eat the fairy.
Yeah, I do.
Technically you do.
That's what dissipation's for.
There we go.
Hey, Grit. Hey, Grit.
Whee!
Hey, what's up?
The land back.
Oh.
The city's waters ran red with blood.
Oh, it just the rivers are bleeding. Awesome, amazing.
Perfect.
Real
love
Egyptian.
you.
Oh, look at that, Grant! Check it out.
Oh.
Tatsu joined the Savage. Oh. Wait, have we fought that before?
Nope.
I don't think we have.
You will find something about it familiar, but we'll find that out later.
Oh, it looks like the Ultima.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit.
And there's another detonator.
On me! Why always me with this one? Oh, it has fire resistance down.
Oh, that's right. So you take more damage from, you know, the fire that's literally everywhere.
Oh, great!
I got you, Finn.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, why?
Oh, come on. Okay.
I'm glad my muscle memory is working.
That's good.
Yeah, starting to remember how to play this. Oh boy.
I just pressed shift 1 and 2 and 3.
Sounds like Black Mage.
Yep. I am not looking forward to play as Black Mage. That's why.
No fire, bad.
Dead.
I probably should go forward there for fucking ads instead of just doing fire and ice.
I mean, I'm sure there's an actual rotation somewhere, but I do not ask me what it is because I've tried like 10 times to figure out how to do Black Mage correctly, and I still suck at it.
Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna be the same with me.
I just roleplay Megumi and I have an explosion.
Like, I know it's a really simple rotation, but because the skill names are all very similar, because it's fire 1, 2, 3, 4, and all this sort of shit, right?
Yeah.
But then they all do different things. My ADHD just goes,
Numbers?
Yep, that's how mine works.
Thus did the second doom break us. The terminus bellwether.
Oh my gosh, Devora! I don't know if Devora can hear me because there's an ads.
We stayed on the war.
We do sound, Devora.
This one's going a little bit quicker than the other.
Maybe
Which is a bit concerning.
Maybe a bit too quickly. I'm gonna be real with you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Again.
Fucking detonators.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's okay. Fire resistance does mean nothing to me. I'm a black mage. I use fire.
Except you stand in the fire.
You literally cannot. I'm sorry, but black mages barely move out of fire. Dragons jump into the fire.
I'm sorry if you didn't see beforehand. I figured the ad break and interrupt things. How are you doing?
Didn't you run an ad break before I like ran off and did my thing?
Oh no, I have short ad breaks. I'm trying things with my ad breaks.
All right, no.
It kind of works.
Fair enough. I go with the hour-long ones just because.
Oh.
Yay! Look, there's the Roiler.
And I got a detonator on me again.
Roiler first, see the play. Thank you.
Alright, now just get this. Please get this detonator off me. Ah.
Trying to grab the
Kill
Omnity
the
from as many
detonator.
things as possible.
It's like I said, it's
It's a bit painful.
This whole thing is just screw you.
Ah!
Yeah. And this is only the second boss.
Well, the second boss is
Absolutely.
throwing ads willy-nilly. It's not fun. Bosses with ads are not fun.
No, they aren't. Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god. What the shit?
Wee cries.
Oh god. Oh, come on.
Attack!
What'd I do?
I just wish it dancing sounds like, oh no.
What happened?
No, you're fine. You moved. Tatsu, what did I say about your legs, girl?
We like legs.
No,
Girl,
bad.
them
Your legs are
moving.
broken. Use your magic. Fuck the legs. Use magic.
But then I have to click on someone to use it.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah.
Is clicker if I just wrong?
Is it though?
There we go.
Okay.
If it was like
Alright.
the map, then definitely not. But just go to who's like.
And DPS check. Let's go.
Just throw everything in the kitchen sink at it.
Yep.
Basically.
Yeah, cause shit.
It's getting bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, look at what it's casting.
First.
So it's an even worse bomb.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we might want to damage taken is oh.
Yet this was far from the worst of it.
We're alive.
Come, and I will show you.
Yeah, and this is not the worst of it apparently. Fuck my life.
Do we want to just take a quick 5 seconds to wait for cooldowns? Just be like, oh yeah, let's just wait for the cooldowns.
I know this is going to be okay because I know you don't wall to wall. I will say, when this first came out, this was legitimately the worst wall to wall to heal.
Oh my god.
When you do the first pull, you see why.
Oh, Jesus.
There was many wipes when I was doing this because I didn't know how to cope.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
That gives Bayonetta vibes.
Look at this fucker.
It's definitely Bayonetta vibes.
Oh.
Ew.
Not gonna lie, that made me jump.
It's just gonna fall.
No, I knew it was not gonna hit.
But like, you look at how much damage just in general you've been taking, and this is from one pack. You combine it with the other one, on top of all of the AoE casts that they're doing as it is, plus the big guy off the left.
That's, I can't enmity, like, you know, control, so it's just gonna pick its targets.
Yep. You can probably get an inkling of how hard this shit was to fucking heal when people were doing wall-to-walls.
Oh my gosh.
Which was everyone.
Yep.
Everyone just wanted to have the excitement.
I mean, it was fun. It was chaotic, but like, I'm a scholar. I have a shield. I'm a how I do the
Oh god, another detonator.
Another detonator.
Yep. And look, he's back again! Now he's on the other side! You fucking shit!
Oh, geez.
Oh, and targeting me!
There we go. Oh.
I think this is just saying screw ninjas. That's cool.
It's literally screw everyone at this point. I mean, look at Tatsu.
Yeah.
What?
Well, at least Tatsu did like the smart thing of like sitting on like the far back of their sigil, so then that way if they did get targeted, there would always be like a section of the sigil free.
Yeah, better than most of the black mages where they just decided to stand directly in the middle and refuse to move no matter what happens. I'm sorry, but I don't think anyone's gonna let that go.
Black mage just looks to the healer and goes, healer adjust.
That's yep. It's okay. Tatsu loves me too much. Tatsu loves me too much.
I usually just have people going, hey, why you no move? And I just go, because I am a meme.
You are a meme, but you love me too much, right, Tatsu?
Yeah.
Right, Tatsu?
I have also become a better tank, thanks to...
Oh yeah, look down, Grant.
Oh fuck, it's the world.
Yeah.
Yep.
And look how fucked it is!
Sass, did you see what I did at the end there?
What'd you do in there?
Oh, look who's ahead!
I almost walked back into his AoE just to...
Oh no!
Oh no!
Yeah, he kind of just says fuck you.
Wowie mama.
Like, because Tatsu and I hadn't quite crossed yet, so we landed in and we're like, ah.
Oh yeah, now I remember what took me out one time.
Yeah.
cookie for Jason. Bad time to ask for a cookie.
Not now, Jason.
Very bad timing. Very bad timing. And that better not have been a spire I felt. Okay.
Oh.
Uh-oh. This fucking Beholder knockoff is really tanky.
Yep. Which is why when people did the big pack pulls and you had to deal with one of them on top of all the other stuff, it was like,
yeah. Please, Lord, have mercy on my soul.
There we go.
Oh. And now we have the fucking idolizer. Yay.
Hey, yo, she got the dogs out.
Got that dog in him.
Wait, what hit me? Hello?
Oh.
Annie?
Huh? Yeah, what did hit you?
Yeah, I was like, what? I didn't stand anything. Well, not that I thought I did. Yeah, fucking know.
And your hitbox is a pixel small, so...
Imagine getting hit by stuff. Could it be me?
Oh my... Yeah, not risking it.
But between us and our goal loomed a final misbegotten fiend.
Oh. A misbegotten...
Oh, it's just the cutscene, I forgot.
Chthonic Riddle. Therion. It's a fucking riddle.
He's grim.
Here we go.
Oh boy, I remember now.
Mm-hmm. You getting the flashbacks?
Vietnam flashbacks! Ow. Oh, I remember having to play at least, I think it was Red Mage for this.
Oh no.
Yeah.
What's the...
Well, I
oh, okay.
Look familiar?
And we have Ape moving back. I remember now. Oh, and don't stand on those.
Oh! My apologies, I will check. I see that there was a follow. I've covered my notifications because I'm a dummy.
Oh no.
Oh,
oh,
fuck!
Fuck!
Okay,
hey, Lemaire.
Yeah, nope. As soon as he dies, that's it.
It's a GG.
Nah, Grant's got this. Watch, Grant's got this.
Yeah. Grant's good. It's not like it's a DPS check or anything.
Come on, Grant, you got this. You can do damage, man.
Oh, fuck. Ah, damn it. Ah, what the fuck? What?
Yeah. Now you know why we're having PTSD flashbacks. Hey.
Okay, over here.
To the side.
Oh.
Yeah, you kind of running out of room a little bit, Grant. You kind of running out of room a little bit.
Oh, it's only it's still at 70.
Death Ray. I forget. Is it always right then left, or am I?
Yeah. I can't remember that part.
Because that's, I don't know, because yeah, it's, you have to kind of like wait, almost. It's kind of a pain. Oh look, I made the boss disappear.
The boss is gone.
Yeah, my
okay, Grant's getting practice in, it's fine.
Yeah.
Practice, yay. Oh, well.
The practice at some point.
Hang on, let me real quick.
Oh.
Talk to Biddy Honeylicious, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry, I didn't, I saw the notification, I was like, I'm not even gonna try, and like, dang.
Error.
This fight is a lot.
It does feel like a lot.
And this isn't even the worst.
Nope.
Oh boy.
And then go to the Aether Flow, and then we do our fun little run escapade up.
Yep. Oh boy, this.
Where's Xerxes?
All the way ahead. Not moving an inch.
Radio. Alright, I'm just gonna wait a little bit for Tatsu.
Yep.
You're safe to at least come up here, you don't have to like...
Okay. That's not what I meant to hit, but okay.
Oh, I walked off the edge.
Oh, what the?
Tatsu!
How did you?
Tatsu!
Okay, Tatsu's behind us. Where's the skulls thing? Alright, there's the skull.
Oh. The side. Okay, it looks like it might actually be
so
right then left.
Side and then left, yeah.
Okay. Oh, right.
Ow. What is the rhyme and reason of
good.
that?
Yes.
Oh shit.
Are you okay, Sash?
No.
No, Tatsu's making it hard.
No, it's just this boss's mechanics have always been hard. It doesn't matter what you do.
Yep. I somehow took 0 from that. Thank you. Oh boy.
And it was last third, right?
Oh, no!
Oh
okay.
boy.
Move.
Get a little break.
It's supposed to only be at 44 at this point here.
It goes straight from me.
No! Fuck you! Fuck you! No!
I walked off the edge again.
Get! No one is coming after me.
Tatsu, you're adorable.
It's so close.
What a wreck.
Oh.
You're safe on a res. It shouldn't jump again. Shouldn't. Oh, where's all my mana?
Right.
Oh, it's left and right, you fuck!
That's bullshit. I'm just gonna activate Stoneheart. Alright, on Tatsu, just as preemptive.
Oh boy.
No, fuck you!
Oh. My bad, Tatsu. Yeah, we have to spread out somehow with that.
It's sorry, Tatsu, I don't have the mana pool for the res at the moment.
Don't worry.
Oh, shit.
This is the only safe spot.
I made it. Oh no, there's no more space slots after this.
Nope. This is what I mean by DPS check.
It goes left and right.
What's the head?
It goes left and right.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
You get like a second of reaction time, but that's it.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh! God, that fight is nasty.
Yes.
I hate it.
But yeah, did the laser beams look familiar, Grant?
This is basically like similar to the Ultima weapon, is what it made me think.
It's also the skill that Dazzy keeps showing off because he's a weirdo blue mage.
Okay. Woo.
Zerek's just like, I'm done.
Everything will fight again.
Hang on. I need a... Everyone, pose for the gram. Pose for the gram.
Oh.
Wait, fuck.
Actually, you're right.
Wait, no, we can't do the same pose, Tatsu.
Why not?
Because it's weird. There we go. Okay, while you do that, I'm gonna quickly run to the bathroom, okay?
Nice. Alrighty, all the photos. Alrighty, what's the... Not one, scroll. What's the next one? Let's go... Alright, so we all got it. So yeah, once Sash is back from the bathroom, we should all do a dead pose. I'm gonna be dead here. There we go. Alright, and then... Hello? Just for shits and giggles.
And this is not even the worst.
There we go. Keep pressing home button.
You gonna play Dead Sash?
Oh, Cap's in the... Hang on a second, I gotta bring Cap over. Congratulations! What's up, Cap? Hi.
Hey, big good news. Good news.
You have big news, do you?
Big news.
Is the big
Yuji Itadori is back in Fortnite, baby.
Oh, it's fine.
That's the big news. I thought it was some big news. I thought it was like, you know, some personal big news, like, yes, I upped my dosage on the titty pills, or something along those lines. I don't fucking know. Nah.
Ishijin doesn't matter. Yuji Itadori. He's back in Fortnite, baby.
You said Yuji Itadori, and I was excited, thinking that they were gonna release a movie or something soon. No, it's just Fortnite. That's sad.
Yeah.
He hasn't been in since the original JJK event. We're so back.
You can keep your Fortnite, Yuji Itadori.
You can keep your Fortnite. We're in the middle of Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG.
I know. Congratulations on your completion of Amarot.
Thank you.
Yes.
God damn, this was
now
terrible.
if they brought Yuji Itadori to this game, I'd be a little
Sash, play dead.
You must die. Commit to die.
You must die.
Well, now it just looks like we got murdered by the fucking Scions.
Alright, that's all the news I had.
Alright.
I'll let Sash know. Hey Sash, Yuji Itadori Fortnite.
What, the what?
Yuji Itadori.
in Fortnite.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh no.
And we're so back. That's it. That's all I came for. Goodbye.
Hi, Emmett.
Well, you prevailed.
Oh. You act like you're surprised.
Nevertheless.
And now he's just flexing.
Like, creation magic,
Your
sure.
performance was underwhelming, and I remain unconvinced of your worthiness.
We only died once, good sir. Once!
Power over your misbegotten ilk, no doubt. But should I bring my full strength to bear, well, you would be as leaves in the wind.
Firefly reference
The
right there.
gulf between us is a reflection of the disparity between the world as it was and what it has become.
Oh my god, Discord, don't distort my audio now, please.
It's still the big two, don't worry.
This is one of the first times I've seen the Scions do something.
Our worlds may not live up to your lofty standards, but they are our worlds, our homes, full of life and love and hope. And we won't stand by and let you destroy them!
Alize!
You are a mistake.
That's harsh.
Ouch!
For we who have known perfection, the shattered source and these shards are ghastly mockeries of the true world.
I would love to believe you, but the pursuit of perfection as dictated by Bleach is folly.
The ephemeral lives you exalt are pale imitations, utterly devoid of meaning.
Belittle us all you like, but we will rise again and again and give the lie to your insults through word and deed. We define our worth, not the circumstances of our creation.
Here.
Woo. You've gone far, Alphino.
More prattle. Fool, who are you? No one, nothing. Once I have reclaimed my heritage, my first act will be to expunge your stain from history's weave. My world will have no need for heroes.
We gonna fuck you up, bro?
It's this reason that you will fail in the next time we meet.
I'm not sure there's going to be a next time, Grant. I mean, you're kind of fucked.
The good fight.
Let me believe. Ah, thank you. Wait, am I gonna do the Gale suicide bomb? Am I about to do that? Like, just go like...
It is true that all we hold dear is fated to fade away. But that is no reason for us to forsake it.
To take what steps we may, and thus mark the road for those who would follow. To strive for the best of all futures. Be this not also thy purpose?
What the fuck, OBS? Why are you disconnecting?
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
That's not good.
Clearly, I have internet connection, like I'm still here, but OBS decided to drop out.
Yeah, and you're sounding funky on my side as
Do
well. So
not presume to speak of my future.
Oh, now he pulls out the ASEAN logo.
And you? Why waste your final moments in futile defiance? Weary wanderer, you've no fight left to fight, no life left to live.
Uh-oh.
I'm breaking at the seams.
You see, the light will not be denied. Surrender to your fate, and let the transformation take you. Rise up in madness and fury. Devour the vermin infesting the land which is rightfully ours. Now, Reed! Now!
Yeah, her whole stream died.
Oh, damn it.
I can still hear you guys.
Oh, okay, that's good, that's good, that's good.
That's what I mean, like, I can still hear you guys, but my stream dies.
So sad.
Oh no. It'll come back in a minute.
Oh, Reen!
Fight it. You have to hold on.
How?
Well, shit.
Now we ang you.
Yeah, it's true, but...
Oh, disconnecting.
Ardbird. You got a
Ardbird. We
plan,
know
Ardbird?
We stared this man. I think this guy's my favorite guy from this DLC.
Could you do it?
Yes? Why are you asking?
Could you save our worlds?
Yes. You know I
And she's like, what, all by myself?
all by myself? Well, for this one, I'm just like conviction right now. I'm just like, yes, you know this.
And the soundtrack drops.
Oh.
Take it. We fight as one.
Always love this.
One brings shadow, one brings the light.
This world is not yours to end. This is our future. Our story.
Oh, yes.
No, it can't be.
Ah, that trick of the light. You are a broken husk, nothing more. How can you hope to stand against me alone?
We stand together!
How d-
Willow grass.
I'm surprised you can stand at all.
I could not well leave matters half finished. Let expanse contract, eon become instant.
Thanks, Menace.
Champions from beyond the rift, heed my call!
It's time for phone a friend.
Is he like...
How many lights?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lights?
Damn you.
How many are in a regular party?
Normally it's a full party of 8, and right now it's like we've gone through like 7 calamities. So these are like possibly like 7 like pieces. I challenge you, Emmett Selch.
Very well. Let us proceed to your final judgment.
Oh.
By the way, this is where we say
The
Sash can
victor
fix it.
shall write the tale, and the vanquished become its villain. But come, let us cast aside titles and pretense, and
Oh, damn it, I accidentally clicked too soon.
I am Hades, he who shall awaken our brethren from their dark slumber.
Gloves are off.
Sash, do you still think he can fix him?
Yes, I can fix it. What do you mean?
His gloves are only metaphorically off, by the by. The dying gasp is now available. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Here we go.
Yes, one of my favorite parts of the fucking game.
Oh my god! Let's see how quickly we get into this.
And then I go back to the song of music that's in my instance of the game.
Yeah. But yeah, so hang on. So there's us, and then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's been like 7 calamities previously. So these are like interpretively, like 7 like shards of our soul from the past calamities that the Crystal Exarch has been able to take from the Rift.
Hey, Grit, unqueue for a second.
Sorry?
Unqueue for a second.
Oh.
It's also indicative of the 7 people that you summon in, the 7 warriors of light, that you call forth in order to do the trial.
Yes, that too.
You should unqueue, Grant.
What?
Unqueue.
Oh, unqueue. Yeah. Withdraw.
Requeue.
That's who's going to swap to tank.
Ah, okay.
Which in theory should make it faster.
My
Nah, he had gloves over his gloves. Lol, barbecue.
If there's anyone else, nope. All the peeps that are online in my friends list are online with me right now.
I fangirl over this whole section so bad.
Like I said, Sash can fix them, right?
I can fix him. It's fine.
Adventures in another day.
I could see if I can poke. Nagano.
Oh, I still have Pussy Boots in my friends list.
I'll see the thing you sent me, dude.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I said say which data center they're uploading.
I mean, theoretically, you could bug Bazzy, but it depends if he's still busy.
I can also technically ask my brother and their boyfriend if they want to play too.
I'd ask Daniel to get on, but he's at work. Does anyone in chat want to help us with the trial, by the way?
Help.
That's a call out to my chat. Oh, did it just drop again?
Hopefully not. Hang on.
It doesn't look
No,
like
it doesn't look like it's dropped on my side.
Discord has just said I finished streaming just now.
It could be because you started a new thing. Thing popped.
Shun is like, I'm the missing warrior of light. I'm the AWOL.
Good motion.
As soon as I missed Nago.
You ready?
Hey, look who it is! It's the fucking cat Santa.
Oh my!
Is he in our instance? No way!
What the hell?
He's in our instance!
No, is he?
Yeah!
I don't see him yet. He's in our instance?
Wait for it. Yo! He would have queued for it specifically. Hi, Jax. I know, that's okay, Nivora. My internet's playing up again. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god, it's him!
Look! Oh! He's a bot!
Oh my god, okay, hang on. Tank guard, on.
Yeah, I should probably put my take feed on, shouldn't I?
Okay. Enjoy. This is a good fight.
Oh my god.
I'll let you main take.
Yep. Oh my god.
By darkness be purged!
The case.
That's one of those fun little tank busters that you can walk onto people because it's an AoE.
Do I go this way?
Hi, Jax.
Flee forward! You are unworthy!
Alright, he's doing double cast, by the way.
What's double cast?
Next action initiated will be executed twice.
Oh.
Your game is mine to command!
I think I'm doing the right thing.
Oh.
This is another one of those very cleverly designed arenas, just as a heads up. Oh, thanks Twitch for putting an ad break right now. Again, double cast.
Oh, I guessed correctly. That was good. That direction.
Oh, that's funny. His health bar's out already.
Yeah, give your voice to your anguish, my brethren.
Look at his fucking head.
Oh my god, it's fucking...
Shadows of the Ancients! One strat you can do is bringing them all together in the center.
Oh, okay.
There you go. And again.
Oh.
Oh, stack marker.
It's me.
Gotcha.
Fuck. I could have cooked up like no damage.
Why are they all threatened onto me? Oh no! Yeah, it was. I'm gonna put bets on Gaius attacking my internet.
What makes sense?
Oh, I have another fucking. Get away from me! There's a stack. Get the stack.
I'm doing this correctly.
You're doing fine. Brilliant, even.
Long lie the ever. Devour the light, return to darkness. And he's back up again. Oh.
I am stifled by this vessel of flesh!
The limit gauge resets? The fuck?
Yep.
Yeah, this is where we really have the fun begin.
Okay.
Hey, at least this is normal mode.
I'm waiting until Dawn Trail to try that, the extreme.
The future of these stars shall be shaped by my hand!
And the arena changes a little bit.
I shall be raised up by the prayers of my fallen brethren. Behold, a sorcerer of El, tremble before their glory.
He's got so many fucking masks on his ring. What the shit?
Those are all of the fallen brethren, because that's how they were represented. The Ascians with masks.
Oh, so these are the ones from, not the ones we vanquished, but the ones that have been vanquished for, what's in the
For the sake of Zodiac.
Yeah, for Zodiac.
That's basically how they individualize themselves as with masks.
Yep. Oh, I did not do that correctly.
Yes, give me the take buster. Yes.
Oh boy. Over here.
Okay.
Ooh. Damn it. Didn't get that on time.
Oh, that's tanks. Grant.
What? What am I doing? Oh, Jesus.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Pests.
It's okay, because it actually put us in the right spot.
Yeah. Oh no.
Well, rest in peace, me. Save me! Save me! Save me! Help!
Oh no.
Aether jail?
I got kidnapped.
Well, let me talk at the jail.
Yay, I'm free.
Oh.
Oh, I think I'm in a bad spot.
This place will be your tomb.
Okay. I unintentionally did a good thing. Oh no.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Arm's length.
Oh. Middle.
Oh, we're stuck.
My dormant brethren, dream now of a dark tomorrow. By our
this.
You will claim these vain reflections. In Zodiac's name, I beseech you.
Oh, there you are.
Not two in the back.
Oh.
Ready?
I didn't have to do it because I don't have the thing. Click. Click, full click.
Fuck your darkness!
Damn you. Damn your wretched blessing.
I was just sitting there though.
I'm just like, hey guys, I'm over here.
The time.
Just gonna take
And now
advantage of
it's
that.
heal check, yay!
That light split the world and every life upon it.
He's angry because the light split all our lives apart, and he's angry. Angry Hades.
He's almost down, he's almost down.
Our tragedy must never again come to pass.
There we go. I really wanted to take advantage of that
You have no power.
invulnerability I gave him.
I think
That's
you
good
have
shit.
one Greg, you just said that you're streaming right now.
Oh.
Let me just look it over so the chat.
Wait, no. He's just like, no.
He just walked away from.
He just did a fucking slow walk. Hopefully he got the accommodation. Jesus Christ. He's just like, oh yeah.
Oh no.
Is anymore? What the hell?
Are you fucking shitting me, Emmett?
Should I surrender this fight, what will become of it all? What will become of our dreams? Our desire? What of this
Dead this time.
Well, that's bullshit. I just went through an entire trial with you.
Enough, damn you!
Bang Creed!
We love that, Chris.
Hey, it's the thingy crystal. Your PC froze? Oh no!
Oh no, Sash!
Sash, no! Alright, I hit snooze on because the advertisement is about to go off, and it's like, snooze for 5 minutes.
Infernal strength!
The CPU overheated. Oh, that's not good.
That's never good.
Now! Strike with all thy might!
Thank you, Hendrix, for the hyper himbo. Oh, I am not giving up.
Oh, this.
Yeah!
We have hard attacks.
That is so cool. Hell yeah! So that's your actual attire, is it? Interesting.
Remember. Remember us. Remember that we once lived.
It's over. Emmett Selk is no more.
More importantly, how do you fare?
Oh yeah, good point. I'm not, like, coughing up light. Oh, Sasha's back in the waiting room.
What dost thou see?
Hello again.
His ether.
Head no
It is as it used to be.
I'm just trying to get everything back.
As a disciple of
on.
Zodiac, the Ascian was the darkness to your light. I can but assume that when you set your strength against his, the light within you was spent.
No, it's more than that. Under the strain of that incredible flood of ether, your soul had begun to break apart, yet now it seems somehow restored.
It's because of the fragment from Ardbert.
I tried to help you before the battle, but Emmett Selk stopped me. So, how did you... exactly what did you... Can you tell us what happened?
Oh, he's not there anymore. It's just... I had a help from a hero of this world.
I see.
It's as good as any other reason. You're alive!
Ellie.
Okay, subjective, but alive!
Where to start? I believe I owe you all an apology. And you, most especially.
It's good to see you awake, Grahatia. It's been a while since he heard his name, isn't it?
Well, 'tis good to be awake.
He's such a sweet bean.
He's such a good
precious
boy.
boy.
You're just a wholesome boy.
Here we are back at Ulmore.
So, those mad souls dove straight into the ocean over there, did they?
All I could see from here was the whale, Master Chai.
'Twas surely Alphino and those friends of his. They did something heroic, mark my words.
Absolutely.
You need only
I love Julia Chai.
proof of that.
She's just so positive in this
She's
apocalyptic.
so wholesome. We love
As you
her.
say, my love.
She is absolutely one of the best
Sure to be
side
back.
characters.
Any moment now. Any moment.
I love Nuz too. Nuz is dope.
It scans Horizon.
It's just like, oh, we'll see the Bismarck shortly. I swear.
They are coming
Crash
back.
lands on top of them.
Okay. I couldn't bear the thought of...
How the fuck? How long were we down there for, though?
Oh no! Don't cry. No.
Everything will be all right.
Hi there, Volk. Alternative version of me back there? That's weird.
There, look! Over there, over the beach!
What, right there? Right there?
You were there.
Hey, we're getting to the credits. Yoshitaka Amano for the logo design. It's pretty cool.
Ho there! Greetings! You all right?
Welcome back!
Good work, Soken. Cookie for Jason!
We'd be swimming the whole way back. Take me.
Alphino.
And he's dead.
Oh, hells.
I'm gonna be real. If we did like the equivalency of like a 5-kilometer like walk with a swimming mechanic, I'd be dead
Wait.
too.
Where's Urianger?
Yeah.
He must have fallen behind.
Does he know how to swim?
But shouldn't we look?
Oh my god, Sasha, you raided into
He'll
me?
wash up sooner
Yeah.
or later.
Hi,
I
everyone.
like how it's like, should we go look for him? Nah, he's fine.
Fine. Hi, Sasha's viewers. Welcome.
Back, dear ones!
So,
Yay,
Gemma,
Phil.
there's an advertisement that's going to
We
go
all
off in 3
fell.
minutes, unfortunately, and I can't snooze that anymore, so hopefully we'll be
And
able to get
thus
through
did
this relatively
salvation
quickly.
come to the
But
first.
welcome, everyone. It's MMO night somewhere, because today is Saturday, and I wanted to get through more of Final Fantasy
The
XIV.
lamps of Amaroth
And
will
we got to
fade
the end
along
of
with
Shadowbringers,
Emit's
like,
She's
main
still trying to
section.
wake up
shall
Alpha.
be as once they were.
Alpha's dead, just chuck it back in the ocean.
But no, I figured since I'm not really, I don't think I'm going to be able to start stream back up because it gave me a CPU error overheated when it booted back up.
Oh,
So,
no.
and then when I tried to start stream with OBS, it was like error connecting to server, and I'm like, you know what? I am not going to fuck with this right now because I can't be bothered.
Cookie for furry cures.
This tale, too, will fade with time,
Julia was
passing
voiced
into
by
legend
Rachel
as the world heals and moves on.
There's Tia. Hey, Bobby O, thank you for the peck dance. unfortunately, there's an advertisement that's going to go off in like a minute and a half. I'm sorry to say.
Nevertheless,
I finished. So for Furry Cures, I have finished the main quest. So like patch 5.0 Shadowbringers. I finished that part there, which means I now have all the patch content between the MSQ patch content, I should say, between Shadowbringers and Endwalker now, which is like another like 60 missions or something like that. Jonathan Bailey for Crystal Exile. Renee.
I fucking love Emmett Selk as a character so much. And he's writing as a villain.
Yeah.
He's so good.
It's like what's more is it's a lot more to it than, hey, Ardbird is still with us. Wait, no, he can't be.
Well, yeah, he's a part of us now.
I guess. I thought he was like disappeared. I thought we like sort of had to quote unquote use him. Hey, there's his party. Although they're breaking the rules
so too
by
do the
having
memories
5.
we share inspire others to rise to greatness.
But yeah, so
For we who walk before,
to symbolize
we lead
rage,
those who walk
rage
after.
DPS, magic DPS,
tank, and then healer.
and killer.
Your road goes ever on,
Who's the fifth?
as does your story, as does your
Is
legacy.
the parties at 5 in 1.0?
Because
that could be why.
That may be. Hang on a second. Like, if we go party size FF14.
Such is the hero's lot, to touch the lives of countless others.
Excuse me? You're the Warrior of Darkness, aren't you?
Hello. Oh, it's a little boy.
Where are you from, really? And how did you get to be so strong?
Why does he look familiar?
Short brown hair, blue eyes.
Looks like a tiny Ardbird.
He looks like he looks almost like Ardbird.
Cycle's got to begin again somewhere.
Yep.
I suppose. Really? He's just gonna keep it a secret then?
Is he gonna
I mean-
keep it a secret, or are you telling him to be quiet about it and you're gonna tell him?
He's just like he's just like the Crystal Exile who's like, oh, I'm just not from around here. In case I missed the wash up Uriange yet? Aw, thank you. But yeah, that was incredible. This was a very fun expansion, quite frankly.
I did say it's my favorite expansion to date.
Yes. I would probably, because I'm now like invested, I would definitely put it up there for me as well. Like it's hitting, it hits a lot of things for me, and what's more is like maybe because I was able to because this is the one where I actually had like way more peeps to play with it and such, so there was like back and forth both as a party and then like, you know, solo stuff. It was so great talking about Emmett Selk and like, you know, the machinations and such, because like you said, one of the best written villains we got, which is so different to our previous villain being the combat sexual Xenos.
Exactly. Like, up until this point, as far as we're concerned, the Asians want to cause chaos.
Yeah.
We don't know the fuck why.
Yeah,
now we know why.
Yeah, we were given
and it's
more
not just because we want to fucking end the world reason. It's because y'all stole our shit and we want it back.
Yeah, it is. Like, granted, it's still, you know, ending the world nonsense, but it's one of those, like, ending the world nonsense that it's a case of, like, look, we are willing to destroy, like, everything that's happened in order to reverse, you know, the chaos that befell us, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was absolutely impressive to, like, have, you know, more nuance to the villainy and such, rather than it just being a case of, we are the warriors of light, and we must rise against the forces of darkness. It's more of a case of like, no, we very much have shit being destroyed here. We'd very much like to live, thank you very much. And like, you know, it brings into the moral question. So it's like, I reckon there are some people that might side with Emmett Selk here, like if they didn't have the investment of Final Fantasy XIV. But I feel like it's a well-deserved nuance, sort of philosophical thing, because like we've gone through the paces and such, and we would like not be in agreement with him 100% because of the case of, hey, you're basically, you know, trying to destroy the past and what have you. Cookie for Jason. So good.
But then the best part is that the way that the storyline is plotted out, you've got A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Ward, Stormblood, then Shadowbringers. The reason they call it Endwalker is not because it's the final story, but it's the final chapter in this entire saga of everything that is going on.
Yeah.
So everything that has happened up to this point, you can expect it to be answered in the next expansion, and that's the fucking mind-blowing part, because this kind of all makes sense by the time you get to here. There's still some stuff that doesn't kind of get answered, but you're kind of like, I mean, I'm pretty satisfied with, you know, Emmett's role and everything and the Assassins and that, and then they bring Endwalkers in and you just go, oh my fucking god.
It will be interesting to see like what the patch content is going to set up, because obviously my first few questions are, who is the Ascian that he sees in us? Because we're obviously a fragment of someone that he knows of, and who was the 14th that left the council? Because they mention it's like, oh, there's the Council of 14 or what have you, Ascians that like governed and shit, and like there was the case of, oh, they might have to fill in the 14th season. It's like, well, who left? And then it's like, oh, what's the relationship of H something or rather, who was on the bench with us, who, despite like all the control that Emmett Selk did to recreate the city and put the shades in, this person escaped their mind. And he's clearly not like, you know, a fragment of our soul or anything like that, because he doesn't talk about like our connection to him as if we are connected to him. It's more of a case of we are familiar to someone to him. Like he's third party. So yeah. And also
it
the
lets
fact
on that your character pre-Sundering was a little bit more than your average Joe, which also explains the Warrior of Light thing.
Yeah, which
so it leaves you with some interesting questions,
which could possibly bring into question like the thing about the Echo as well. Like, because like, you know, obviously through technology and all that kind of crazy shit, you can do the whole like the Echo can get copied or moved elsewhere, and it's hitting into that, you know, that whole Japanese fate thing, because it's a case of, oh, not only do we have the Echo, and then there was like the convenience of Krill having the Echo, but Xenos, I believe, has the Echo as well, doesn't he?
He does, but that is through man-made reasons.
Oh, okay. I thought.
Remember, he had that giant contraption when he captured Kryl, and he enforced the Echo onto, what's her name? The redhead.
Cookie from Bookie. I know the redhead you're talking about. I thought the redhead was the only one, and it was like an incomplete one as well, because it was like.
Yeah, so she was the test run.
Okay. So, and his was a unique man-made one, or a man-made one, like duplicated.
So the process that they put her through in order to create the Echo situation, which is incomplete, and still causes her issues, obviously, like with her being able to hear everything, was an experiment in the process of creating a method to grant the Echo to other souls. And in that process is where and then that's how he was able to absorb Shinryu, and, you know, it was a method of gaining power for him.
You got your boxes now? Next! Nice work, Bookie. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about the party being previously a different number. Warriors of Light 5 people. Art, Bert. Ardbert, FF14.
Apparently, there was also a sixth member.
Oh, because Urianger was helping them as well at one point, wasn't he?
Then the forgotten member is called Sela Valthane.
Tomorrow is a big day. I wish you luck with that one, Bookie. Time to do some Valentine's Day events. I've already done the Valentine's Day thingy-majiggy.
Oh, you know, barbecue's got to do it still.
That's why.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to kind of looking forward to seeing Code's reaction to all of this when he gets to this point.
Code had his theories about. I don't know if he's watching this or not, but Code had his theories of who the Crystal Exarch was and meeting him before and such because of the fact that the Crystal Tower is here, and So I've given him the red herring that it might not be Grahatia. Neither of us could remember his name at the time as well, so it probably brings feelings into it. But that the possibility that it is another clone and what have you, because he has the same information as I have going into it, which is we saw Graha in the Dawn trailer, and we had not seen him in in the Stormblood and the Heaven's Ward. So, clearly, what's happened to him in between this and that. And, we see the Crystal Tower, and so it's a case of, oh, okay, so process of elimination, we're going to see him again because of the Crystal Tower.
So in some back dialogue as well, when Shadowbringers initially came out, Crystal Tower Raid was not mandatory. It was side content.
Okay.
So a lot of people didn't have the context of who the fuck this Mikote was. Daniel was one of them. I only knew about it because I'd done Crystal Tower.
Yeah. I thought Crystal Tower was a requirement when they released Heaven's Ward, to be real with you.
No, it didn't used to be, and so a lot of people did kind of get mixed out on that content. It was something that they went back and when they did, I think, the cut down of content in A Realm Reborn, they made sure that the Crystal Tower was a mandatory mission to do because of the context in the story.
Okay. Yeah,
but when it initially came out, it was not, unfortunately.
Alright. This is why I want to do things like the Coils of Bahamut, because it's like, granted, I'd probably do the Coils of Bahamut unsynced, but with a full party and shit. So just so then that way, when shit like that happens, it's like, there's a little bit of context for me.
Yeah. Luckily, I don't think there's anything too... Well, a lot of stuff that gets wrapped up in Endwalkers, a lot of the wrapping up stuff to those dungeons and trials and raids and what have you are side quests that you can do. For example, this is kind of... No, this was late Stormblood, I think. Do you remember when Tataru wanted to be more useful? And so she went to the Scholars Guild.
Yep, I remember that.
And she, she had the carbuncle and everything else like that.
Yep, and she wasn't too good at it and such, but, she wanted to remain with us, and it's like, fair enough.
That gets brought back up.
Nice.
it's a side quest, but it does get brought back up, and it's really interesting that a lot of the side quests that you do in Endwalker are a reference to something that didn't quite, like, it ended, but it didn't kind of like...
It wasn't a settled in the grave kind of thing, yeah.
Yeah. It was settled to most people's satisfaction, but it wasn't like, oh, that's the entire picture.
Yeah.
It's like 98% of the picture.
It gave you a chance to get more from it.
Yeah, we're in Dazzy's guild barbecue. We're in Dazzy's guild on Goblin.
So yeah, I used to be with Velk over in the Oceania server, but the Oceania server, it wasn't.
It's dead.
It's very quiet.
Was bad.
Which is a little...
It was a ghost server.
It's sad that it's like that, and... Because, here's the thing, is the few times I was in there... Oh, I had Ultra Instinct moments when it came to, greed... Like, even as a tank, like, greed and positional moments of just being able to just sort of be like, vroom, like... And even Velk, like, noticed, like, a time in two, and it was like... After going from like a 200 to 300 millisecond ping kind of action where it's not a second long, but it's like you don't get to, you know, do the greed very often.
There's
with that
instances where you do get hit from things and you're like, I swear I was out of that, but apparently no.
Yeah, if you're not precautious or anxious, you could get hit by that just because of ping. But to go through Oceania where it was like, you know, 60 millisecond ping or something like that, like, oh, it was incredible. Like, pulling off some really... like, I remember back in Stormblood, like, we had to go down, like, this street or something like that, and then there was, like, the cannons or something ready to shoot, but we also have ads that were ready to fight us. I was able to run all the way down the street, pull the ads, and get the ads, and myself and my team, like... side by side with the cannons, so they didn't when they went off, no one was damaged or anything like that, and we were freely able to fight the ads and what have you. It was like incredible shit. But as much fun as it is being able to do Ultra Instinct stuff without like too much forethought, there wasn't that many peeps to play with. So
it's one thing to be able to pull stuff off with ping. It's another when you can't even get a group to do anything.
Exactly. Because this was like, and it wasn't like, oh, you're trying to do like a Coil of Bahamut with no friends. It's like, no. This was me and a mentor waiting for an MSQ quest. Yep. There were instances of those where it was like, oh, we're not getting anything for like nearly 30 minutes. So what ended up happening is like the guy would, so we'd drop our thing, he would invite me as he's a mentor, becomes a healer, I become a tank, and then 5 minutes later finally came like a quest and such. So that's what was happening some days. Almost through this. I want to see what's up. Because here's the thing: is I have like maybe I'll see it again.
Wait, who are we seeing again?
Monago, the Santa Rothgar.
That was cool. We got to see.
That was honestly amazing. That it was just a case of like doing his dance, joining it, and then he just fucks off to another entire place, and we're like, where are you going? And then we all do our we're all waiting in queue. We go into it, and you're telling me, oh, he's there, and I'm just like, what?
There is no way he's not watching the stream. I'm just saying.
There can't be. I don't want to like go into stream chat and just started being like, you know, poking and being like, is it you? Is it you? Is it you?
Listen, the mystery makes it amazing. Let's be honest.
The mystery makes it pretty cool, and I wouldn't be surprised if it was a case of like, oh, we're not at Endwalker yet. We're not on the moon.
I was about to say, I'm waiting until the day you finish Endwalker. They'd be like, it was me. Whoa.
Dazarus just takes off his mask. Barbecue are on Goblin as well, just getting back into it. Nice! So yeah, so I've gone into Goblin because it's in the Crystal server, which is North America, and with data center travel, it can go to like different data centers within the North America.
Good.
Yep. And plus,
it's basically anything but Oceania.
See, that's the thing. I feel like the Oceanic servers would have plenty of people on them if we had access to visit Japanese and US data servers.
I feel
which was
at the
something
very
they
least
intended to do
Japanese.
but never did.
Yeah, but I think I guess the issue is that if they could do, you know, the data center visit from Oceania to Japan, then there's really nothing stopping them from just having like the entire world be able to be like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Sadly, I think the reason that we don't have the global transfer is because of Japanese players being very anti-share.
Maybe.
Which is unfortunate, but
there's a plethora of reasons.
Yeah, I feel like the reason could be very much like there can definitely be some mechanical reasons, and yeah, sure, like if there is a toxicity issue, that would definitely sour like mechanical pursuits. So
yeah, they'd be benching it for now if it was that the case.
But yeah, one of the things I did hear they experimented with was having not a region-specific server, but one that was like set up in the clouds, quote unquote.
Oh, that's right. They did the cloud trials recently, which again could be a potential for the global visit system.
Or just simply moving everyone into the cloud.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
World of Warcraft does, I think. Because you can play on World of Warcraft and you can just it doesn't really matter if you're on NA or OT or whatever the fuck ever. You just join on someone, join their instance of the map, whatever.
Yeah. There's the Crystal Exarch. Pretty close in. Yeah, we're getting closer. I have a text file.
By your deeds has the blinding light been banished
that
from
tells
these
me how
skies,
far away I am.
and the Sin Eaters driven to retreat.
So, I have finished the Shadowbringers, which means I now have post-Shadowbringers, Endwalker, and post-Endwalker. Let me get the calculator out. Alrighty, so we got 51 post-Shadowbringers to go through, and then 108 Endwalker, and then 44 post-Endwalker, which is 203 missions. Oh my
Yay!
god.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it, so...
Don't worry about it.
Although our many hurts will be years in the mending, I have faith that this world and her people will one day be whole once more.
Good for them.
With no rejoining in prospect, the Source need no longer fear the coming of an 8th umbral calamity.
Going to be trying out the Xbox beta when it comes out Wednesday. That's the other thing as well. It's coming out on Xbox, which means it's going to get like a bit of the Xbox server support. And I'm curious how much of the Xbox Game Pass is going to come into play with...
That's what I would like to know.
I reckon because the system is like, you know, I think it's just going to be the free trial and maybe being able to be able to play the expansions without purchasing it, so then that way you're just left with paying the subscription. So I reckon that's how it's going to be, is the Game Pass might give you a bit of a discount in terms of, you know, getting into the game with all the expansions, but it's not going to remove it's not going to remove the subscription model.
No longer
That's
come
going
to
that would be
pass.
impossible.
Yet here you still stand.
Yeah.
So if they could manipulate the subscription model like that, we would have.
I wonder if that other age
the free
continues
trial
on
and change
somehow,
it
cut
into
adrift
here's
from
a free
time's flow.
zone that you can go
Or
in
have
and
I
out
simply
of.
etched myself a place upon this new block of history?
I'm sure you'll have to purchase another game license like PlayStation does. Oh.
Either way,
yeah,
this is an unexpected development. As the summoner of your souls, my death was meant to release you back to your world.
Why don't we just go through the portal that's right behind you?
Yet I am very much alive,
And you are still stuck here in the first.
Yeah, you can do that, Grant. There's
The rest
kind of
of
the
them
problem
can't.
of everyone else only being half there.
Oh.
I believe I speak for us all when I say that we are happy to postpone our return if it means your life is spared. We will seek out another way.
Fair enough.
Besides, I never had any intention of rushing home. There are people here I still need to thank, and this means I might actually have time to do so.
For you. Plus, I want to check out the Shadowbringers.
Yet we dare not neglect our
thingy,
comrades in the source.
The armor I can wear. Plus, I need to go into the Glamour Ward shortly.
Mistress Tataru, to name but one, will be most anxious to know how things stand with us.
Top of the list, Tataru.
So, you'll just have to make the journey alone for the moment. Be sure and give a full report to our fellow sires, would you? Oh, and we'd also appreciate any news you can bring us from back home.
Will do.
What are you, the messenger boy now?
I've always been the.
Then I see no reason to delay.
We've always been the errand boy until something big and bad comes on. They're like, "Hey, can you come
Then
kill us real quick?"
I'm either the errand boy or the savior. It's no in between.
Send word when you've resummoned our friend. Oh, and do try to ensure he arrives within the city next time.
Of course. I shall strive for utmost accuracy. No strange forests or unplanned passengers, I promise.
Oh yeah, because he pulled them in and they didn't like arrive explicitly.
You kind of ended up in the woods.
I ended up, yeah, and I was lucky that I was in like very much the woods right next to the Crystal Tower, whereas everyone else was either in the equivalent of Ul'dah or Gridania, basically.
I'm a little relieved, to be honest. I would have been terribly lonely if everyone had suddenly disappeared.
Oh, wait!
Would she be able
This
to
means we could do Eden raids!
I understand that you...
Oh no!
Yes!
Journey, warrior of darkness.
What are Eden
I hope
raids?
to see you again soon.
I agree. What are Eden raids?
It's the 12-man raid instances from Shadowbringers.
Do I want to?
Yes.
Do I get cool or cute armor?
Yes.
I still...
You also get to see the hot goth chick.
While I attune the
Oh, God, don't fuck it up.
Then you can...
Okay. I'm kind of interested in also trying to get the orb from the fucking Eureka area. I kind of skipped over that.
Yeah. I don't have that. I haven't been to Eureka yet.
Yeah, I need to get to
Dazzy
Eureka, so-
keeps telling us that he's gonna take us.
When I was a
to
boy-
stuff.
Oh, he was gonna take you,
Fucking
was
Palace
he?
of the Dead, doesn't he?
He's busy in Palace of the Dead, and then next
I
thing you know, he's
yearn to
gonna go on
stand
Heaven on
tall
High.
as the heroes of
Yep. And it's all gonna be him suffering
like
through
a
it
fool
alone.
seeking to pluck the stars from the heavens. My every attempt to reprise their deeds fell short.
You know,
Well, that
fucking-
but
he's sitting there going, I mean, Sash, $20 is $20. If someone gave you $20, would you play this game? And I said, I mean, if I gave you $20, would you stop doing Palace of the Dead? He goes, no. And I'm like, well? Don't give me this shit.
The absolute audacity. Despicable.
A hero who looked at the horizon and beyond and saw I knew not what. All I knew was that I would give anything to stand at that hero's side.
Hello, Hedva!
Would that
Dazzy
it was
the best
so
on Heaven on
easy.
High. Cameo, that is all. Hi there. Hopefully you're having
Yes,
a wonderful-
Graha is a little bit of a Warrior of a Light fanboy, but that's why we love him.
Fair enough, sees good for you.
The glory of the heavens was ever beyond the grasp of those who never thought to reach for it. But if I have gained anything from all of this, it is the courage to stretch out my hand.
Courage.
Do you hear me, Grahatia? This is no time for sleeping.
Oh yeah, because technically speaking, he's from the future, so our Grahatia is over in our timeline, sleeping in the tower, trying to stop it from doing shit. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace in the Source...
Oh, we can also do that one other thing.
Oh yeah, the weapons!
Oh hey, it's Estinian!
Estinian!
The Azure Dragoon.
It's also there, isn't it?
Wait, is this?
Is this what?
Because they're still trying to stop Black Rose, right?
Yes.
To the west
Yeah, it's
gate.
near.
I want to know what's happening there.
They're trying to, like, they've been stopping productions of Black Rose, and I think they found another, like, Black Rose producer.
Same as the others, struck down with a single blow. An unfortunate day to draw guard duty.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me. These were your people.
We took advantage of this slaughter to slip into the palace. 'Tis not for me to grieve them. That was the Emperor!
What?
Wait! Ugh!
Damn it!
Dr. Booty Honeylicious, thank you so much for the follow.
Hey.
Hi. That's an amazing fucking name. Dr. Booty Honeylicious. Love it.
Okay then.
Oh. Alright, so we've got the unconscious...
Gaius! You've missed your part in this, I'm afraid.
That's the Asian. I think that should still be the Asian. He didn't take his helmet off, I don't think.
Remember the last cutscene where a mysterious stranger walked in?
Yep, and the mysterious stranger was like our actual Xeno somehow. This is the Asian that's taken over in
You
like
were
the
hoping for the Asian?
Was it though?
Like I doubt Xenos was like what?
The Craven shed this skin and fled, rather than face me. A pity. I was looking forward to crossing blades with myself.
Okay.
But I cannot deny the feeling of satisfaction. Body and soul reunited at last.
Okay, but the last time an Asian has taken over a person's body, normally it's like the two souls are in one thing, what's happened with Thancred and La Habrea. But Xenos wasn't... How? Am I going to be explained this during the patch content?
No.
He just said he fled. So he dropped and ran.
Yeah, I get that dude up and ran. I'm talking about the initial, like the Asian taking over the body and such like that. Like, is it because of the...
Oh, they can take on bodies of the dead.
Yeah, but is the reason that because he took on one that recently passed or something like that, that the soul like kind of got weirdly tied back to the source and so went into another...
Xenos is gained strength, remember?
Hang on.
Elidibus is gone. Tore a hole into the rift. Xenos, my foolish, greedy son. Was a second life not enough? Was the Empire too rich a prize to ignore?
Well, to be fair, like, if he's your son, he was promised your, empire for a while now. Nice.
True freedom for our nation, our people, will never be won by a spoiled princeling. The burden of this throne is beyond you.
Cool cursing. Don't know if that's gonna help.
'Tis you, father, who have struggled with this burden. Simply holding the Empire together has occupied your limited faculties. But you may take comfort in knowing that I have no intention of pursuing your tedious agenda. Nor am I interested in ruling over the Empire's lands. I came only to remove that which ruins my sport. I will not have my prey stolen by your petty wars and cowardly weapons.
Here we go.
Okay. Yep, well, he's...
You would kill me just for that.
I'm pretty sure he would kill you for a slice of bread.
I need no other reason. Any and all who interfere with my hunt will not do so twice! I heard the Ascians speak of Zodiac and Eidolon. Even the will of this star is but a construct of our own making.
Okay, so he's up to date on
We shall gorge upon their strength, and then, my friend, our contest shall begin anew.
That face.
This is important, Meeps!
Xenos!
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a random guess that he did not succeed.
You know. So, the reason Xenos didn't die is the same reason that the Ascians don't die.
Okay.
So, his body was destroyed, or ceased. I mean, for fuck's sake, he
died, basically, but his soul, which is like this full-on Aether thingy-majiggy, got put into the Rift, which is similar in stake to the Ascians, but the Ascians have the added effect of their soul isn't tied to, like, their body. So a visit into the Rift is merely just the process of it going back into a new body, basically.
So he's more or less got the Ascian immortality factor because of the amount of Aether that he absorbed, not just from Shinryu, but also because of the blessing that he's given himself, more or less.
Because of the echo?
With the method that they came... Yeah, the echo that they... the self-made echo that he's given himself.
Yeah, okay.
So as soon as the body was gone, he was making his way back to the Empire, more or less body hopping.
Well, I think it was just with the one body, wasn't it?
No, because he was originally in a elf soldier.
Okay.
So he did a little bit of body hopping.
Right.
Not a lot, but a little bit.
A little bit. Okay, just one or two.
Which is why they had that shot of the Garlean soldier on the ground, because as soon as Elidibus fucked off, he went straight back to his own body.
Yeah, because that was where Xenos was originally. He was in that body. Tataru just picked up on, like, the fact that I'm here. But Grant, is that really you?
Hi.
just waltzing in like fucking... Hang on. Just... Hi. How? When? We didn't think you'd be back for ages! Would you rather I went again? I'll be back to my comedic self while I'm in patch content. Don't be daft. I can't just believe you're actually back. We heard the good news from your pixie friend, but nothing compares to seeing you in the flesh. As for the situation...
Yeah, Pharaoh may have been visiting them in their dreams.
Okay. As for the situation on this side, the Imperials are still eyeing our forces from afar. And from what I'm told, the Garlean armies have been slow to react and seem reluctant to commit to any large-scale engagements. It's an odd sort of stalemate. Otherwise, we've yet to see any sign of that awful Black Rose weapon we were warned about. Oh, but I suppose we did call in an old friend to help out on that count.
Call in or bribed.
Yeah. Krill and I had a terrible time tracking him down, though it will be worth to see the look on your face when you find out who it is. Anyway, I was just about to make contact with this helper of ours and then confirm the latest news from the front. Might you fancy having a rest while I do? Ah, the Warrior of Light, back where he belongs, just as if nothing had happened. Though, you do seem somewhat different. You'll have to tell me all about your adventures when we next have a spare moment. Hi there, Nyx. Until then, welcome back. Who's Penra?
I think he's trying to say penis again.
I'll be right back.
Alright.
Nice. Cool. Awesome. My god, I really want to piss and shit. Oh, another cutscene. I'm guessing this is, Elidibus.
Yes.
Oblivion has claimed him. Emmett Selk, gone. La Habrea, gone. I alone remain, the last of the unbroken. Once more, I am moved to reevaluate the potential of these tattered souls. Ah, Xenos. Never did I dream you could overpower me so completely, possessed as I was of your body and all its uncanny strength. And now that I am shared with you the truth of this world and its reflections, who can predict how events will unfold? Not I. Emissary. What a poor jest that title has become. The flow of history has become muddied, its currents wild beyond my capacity to direct them. He's on the fucking moon. You have wrestled the advantage, Hydaelyn. The thriving hands of your disciples tighten their grip on our star. The origins of the world would remain hidden, and its inhabitants ignorant of their broken existence, just as you and your creators desired. They celebrate the gift of imperfect life, uncaring, unknowing as we weaken and fade. But do not imagine yourself rid of us. Though your companion has indeed proven the most egregious obstacle to our ascendance, a barbed thorn in my side, he may yet be removed and cast into the abyss. Oh yes, it can be done. I will keep these heroes mired in the first, and victory will be ours at last. Warriors of darkness now, are they? Then their fate is decided. Egregious. Thank you, Nyx. They shall meet the same end as those who came before. Death at the hands of warriors of light. I was honestly expecting an army behind him or something crazy like that. As if, like, there was just gonna be, like, other people I had to contend with. It seems you were right. Yes, there is something out there. But it would mean crossing malms and malms of this infernal emptiness, which is rather unhealthy for living creatures as I understand it. Jesus Christ, that's fast. Even were we to restrict ourselves to brief forays, I don't like to imagine the effect it would have on our ether. But you still want to go, don't you? We may have saved the world, but we haven't reclaimed it. Ah, when you put it that way... What choice do we have? Well, of course I'm going with you. That's what family is for, isn't it? Come, let's head back and prepare for this mad journey of yours. Thank you, Thancred. Woo. Oh. That's a weird-looking thing. Through blazing skies, give way to gentle night. What hand can end the war of dark and light? Trust parties has been unlocked. By completing the main scenario, you have unlocked the trust system. Trust allows you to repeat previously completed main scenario dungeons with a party of NPC avatars who will gain experience and level up in accordance to their duty participation. Bring up the end. Oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom. Fuck! Furthermore, you are now able to access new from the job created NPCs in the source. In order to access them, the following conditions must be set. Reach level 80, reach the relevant level 70 job, complete the associated role quest line. Complete quest locations and other details can be reviewed in the level 70 journal entry. In addition, quests to unlock new content now become available in the Crystarium. Rest well, Warrior of Darkness and Light, for 2 worlds of adventure await you. Who the fuck is Mako? Never met them before. Alright. Before I run off, I need to have... Hang on a second. Ding. Start. Why didn't the music start? Ding. Dong. Because I've been streaming now for the last 6 hours. And I now technically have 1 less mission to do. Actually, I'll double check if I have 1 less mission to do. Oh, and my 200 and like fucking 4 like missions and what have you. So, alrighty, that's me done for today. I gotta look at tomorrow. I'm not gonna be streaming. I'm gonna be having lunch with my sister. We're gonna get ice cream tomorrow, so that's gonna be great. Catching up with them and such. Hopefully, I have monies because it's been a paycheck to paycheck nonsense, and I've at least like saved a little bit of money from the paycheck this time into my savings account, and I don't want to dip into that savings account just for food. So, yeah. So, I need to have a look at who we're gonna go and raid. Let's see. Let's see. Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth, Dr. Mick, Proto with Chikor, Thob, Cyan. Let's WizBiz? Who the fuck is WizBiz? WizBiz is a game. I didn't know it, but I don't think it's a person. You know who I haven't rated? Oh, wait, that's what Hendrix is talking about. Let me have a look. Let's go for...
Oh. Don't know how long this one person is going if you want.
Sorry, say that again?
I do know a certain Frothgar you could raid into.
Oh, okay. I need a name then.
Yeah, Jared Coral. Let me post it in chat.
Let's have a look. Ding dong. Oh my god, he's naked. Why are they naked?
Topless. I mean, you do have a summary thing.
Fine, we'll go and raid into them. God, no, don't take my shirt. Absolute feral, a lot of you. Beset by all sides. Cookie for Hendrix! Alright, our raid message will be a nice and simple... Shadowbringers complete. Only 200 plus missions to go. That is gonna be our raid message as we go and raid into Jarek Coral, and I hope you'll all join in with me on that one. If you have any emotes that you want to have to go along with the raid message, you're welcome to use those. Sash, Tatsu, Zarek, thank you so much for being with me this morning / afternoon, playing through all of the remainder of Shadowbringers. It was fantastic. I'll need to get through more of my my Paladin in my off time. I will get a schedule out in the future. But Sash, really quickly, when's the next time you think you'll be streaming?
Oh god, soon, hopefully. Maybe this
soon?
week at some point.
Alrighty then. Tatsu, Zarek, do either of you stream?
I do not at the moment.
Alrighty then. Alright, time is running out, so I'm gonna say thank you everyone who came along to this morning and this afternoon stream.
Sipping Time
I greatly
sponsored by
appreciate it. I'll
Hendrix.
take care of myself, Hendrix, don't you worry. I hope you all have a good afternoon, morning, evening, and night, and I'll hopefully see you all another time. Bye for now.
See ya.
Bye.